See the X.
Sometimes you just touch it.
What'd she say?
Okay, it's not, sometimes you can just touch it, but it's not coming off. Wait a minute, touch it. Yeah,
What'd she say?
yeah, we just need to get something off the screen.
We're trying to get something off the screen. Oh, here comes Bill. Here comes Ian. I got a whole team here now.
This one?
Yeah, could we get that off?
It's not saying.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. How many people in the audience? We ready to go?
Recording going.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing today's meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
President, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn. She will be here any minute, and our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our Board Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our ZBA Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha's not here today. The hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation, whether in-person or remote. If you're called to speak, please state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. After you've been sworn in, you will then go on to testify. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address on your Zoom form, speak to a staff member, call the ZBA office by close of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429. Also provide your name, your email, and the case address. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed so that we can call on you to speak. When you are called upon, make sure you click the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A for procedural questions only. Do not mention the case. If you join by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For in-person attendance, if testifying, get close to the mic so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow staff directions. The main exit is through the doors in the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left. If there is an evacuation, go to Love Park, which is across Arch Street. Please remain there so that we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this morning. Number 2, MI 2025 000 532 1710 West Hunting Park Street. The owner is Vivian Roney.
Chair, I
This is
see
the-
no hands at this time.
This is the third listing. So MI 2025 000 532 1710 West Huntington Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, I vote to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Thank you. Number 3, MI 2025-000-822, 3029 North Stillman Street. Famal Philippine is the listed LLC. Also, the listed owner is Tanisha Brumskill.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify for the record, Females Flippin LLC is the listed owner. And then, yeah, we have an applicant by the name of Tanisha Brumskill doing business as Perfect Touch Renovations LLC.
Okay. Is there anyone present? This is the second listing, no exhibits.
Chair, there are no hands at this.
So number 3, MI 2025-000-822, 3029 North Stillman Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, I vote to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, I vote to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 4, MI 2025-004-316, 2608 Swain Street. Michael Feeney is the listed owner. Megan Shannon is the listed applicant.
Chair, I see no hands at this time.
Pardon me? So MI 2025-004-1316, 2608 Swain Street. This case is continued till 9/20. 9/2/2026 at 9:30 a.m.
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify for the record on that.
That's-
Yeah, sorry, on that case, we received an indication from the applicant that they wish to withdraw, but we haven't received the formal withdrawal paperwork yet.
Right, we're waiting for a formal withdrawal. Okay, number 5. MI 2025-00004-372-189 West Duncannon Street. That case is continued until 9/2/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 6. Number 6, MI 2025-004-621, 3712 North 15th Street. We're going to continue this one, am I correct, Hillary?
So with this one, we have the Martinez Property Group LLC as the listed owner. EB Reyes is the listed applicant. We received a request for withdrawal back in March. We instructed on how to
Okay.
formally file, but we did not receive the required paperwork. So this
So-
can be dismissed.
MI 2025-004-621, 3712 North 15th Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 9, MI 2025-007-285, 821 to 25 13th Street, North 13th Street. This case is continued until 9/2/2026 at 9:30 a.m. Number 10, MI 2025-007-340, 621 South 60th Street. This case is continued till 9/2/26 2026 at 9:30 a.m. And number 11, MI 2025-007-351-4243 Chippewa Avenue. This case is continued until 9/5/2025 at 9:30 a.m. Next is 11.
Just for the record, Chair, I believe that continuance date is 9/2/2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Did I say 9/2? I'm sorry. Number 14. MI 2025-007-382-1817 Master Street. KKG 1 LLC is the listed owner. No exhibits. This is the first listing.
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
So MI 2025-007-384-1817 Newkirk Street. This case is continued to 9/2/2026 at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, that's MI-2025-007-382-1817 Master Street. Thank you. And yes, continued must be heard.
I think I said that, but okay, thank you. And number 16, MI 2025-007-384-7411 Tarsdale Avenue. First listing, no exhibits. Sang and Angie Marie Charles are the owners.
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
So MI 2025-007-384-7411 Tarsdale Avenue. This case is continued to 9/2/2026 at 9:30 a.m. and Mark must be heard. Are there any other requests for continuance?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
So let's go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2025-002-821-2226 West Tioga Street. This case has been rescheduled to Wednesday, June 3rd at 9:30 a.m. Number
Chair.
2.
I'm sorry, a hand just went up from a Oliver Martinez.
Okay,
Mr. Martinez's case will be called shortly.
okay. Number 2, MI 2026-002-424-2224 West Tioga Street. This case has been rescheduled to June 3rd, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Number 3, MI 2025-006-750-6151 Market Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Thea Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Number 4, MI 2025-003-279-2519 North 7th Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Thea Nguyen, my vote is no.
Vote the next one. We're going to vote number 5 and 6 together. Number 5 is MI 2025-005-709-102 West Duval Street. And number 6 is MI 2025-005-712-100 West Duval Street. I vote yes to both with proviso. Revised plans, 1 page, stamped by ZBA on March 20th, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes to both with proviso.
And Mr. Johns, can you just certify, please? Thank you.
Oh, yes, and I certify that I read the transcripts for both 102 West Duval and 100 West Duval.
Um, Cheryl Gaston, I hereby certify that I reviewed the transcripts from the January 13th, 2021 and the September 28th, 2022 hearings before the ZBA in this matter, and I vote yes with provisos.
I, Ryan McAdams, certify that I reviewed the transcripts from January 13th, 2021 and September 28th, 2022 hearings before the ZBA in this matter, and my vote is yes with proviso.
And sorry, just to clarify, Board Member Gaston, that is yes to both with
Yes,
proviso?
to both.
And,
And myself, yes to
all
vote.
right, thank you.
Is that it? Okay. All right, our first case is going to be number 15. Do I get the wrong here? Yep, number 15. Here it is. MI 2025-007-383-4401 Compton Street. Joseph Consul is the attorney. Mr. Consul, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Thank you. It's Joseph, last name Console, Console.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yeah, my client is Miss Lisa Smith, and she is with me virtually.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed. Case.
Okay. My screen's up. We're here about 4401 Cotman Avenue. I'm Joseph Console. My client is the ground floor commercial tenant, Lisa Smith. She is seeking to get approval for a child care center within this existing attached structure. We included in our packet the deed showing the ownership by Zhaodang Chen, the lease between my client and Zhaodang, a valid tax clearance certificate, and the other mandatory proofs of notification and posting. As you can see, the property is zoned RSA 5. We have one use refusal here for the use of a child care center on the ground floor. There's no exterior signage as part of this application. We believe, there's a proof of mailing. Here's photos of the property. We believe that this is an appropriate property for approval of this variance because while it's zoned RSA 5, the reality of this ground floor space is that for decades it functioned as a neighborhood bar known as McGeehan's Rock Bottom. The space is permanently built out as a commercial storefront with separate commercial utility meters. Forcing the property owner or a tenant to convert this tavern into a purely residential single-family living space would be unnecessary and I believe would qualify as a hardship. Instead of a late-night commercial tap room, my client's proposing to utilize this space as a daytime-only community service, which is a high-quality childcare and after-school program. As she will testify to, she has many years' experience in daycare, and I believe what she's trying to do will be appropriate for this location. This is the exterior photos. So the property looks like on the inside now. She's got a traffic plan. She plans to, instead of using Cotman Avenue, which is, as everyone knows, a fairly highly trafficked commercial corridor, drop off and pick up will be handled on Cottage Street. That's where the daycare entrance is that you can see. There's also a second entrance in the back that leads to the back of the property in the alleyway. So we've got hours of operation, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. She anticipates it being a maximum of 20 to 25 children, though it will depend on the measurements of the space and what she's able to do under Pennsylvania code, which she'll get there when she gets there. And she anticipates employing up to 5 staff members, likely 4 to 5, during the opening hours of the space. The lease itself limits her to operating between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. So not that she intends to go any further than the 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. that she talked about. I'm sorry, it's quiet hours from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. With an approval to be a daycare from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Pardon me. My client's got a commercial activity license. However, her application with the PA Department of Human Services is actively in progress. We met with the Holmesburg Civic Association at their community meeting on March 12th, 2026. We got an email from the president stating that he does not oppose the project. There was some personal information in that email regarding his inability to write a letter. I don't want to share that, although I believe we did put it in our packet, and hopefully someone saw that. But they specifically noted they do not oppose this variance. So we believe that this is recognized by the community as a potential positive use and an upgrade over the previous uses in this space. And with that, I'll ask my client to raise her
What's your
virtual
client's
hand.
name?
My client's name is Lisa Smith.
Your client's name?
Lisa Smith.
Lisa Smith, please.
They're promoted to panelists.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
All right. Could you state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Lisa Smith, Lisa, last name Smith.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
Did you hear my testimony just now regarding your lease at 4401 Cotman?
Yes.
Do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Would you just very briefly give a little bit of background on your childcare sort of history?
Yes. Coming out of school during high school, I took up the daycare inside my high school. I went to William Penn High. And coming out of there, I was working at different daycares. One was called Mary's Love Kingdom, one was called J&H, and one was called Little Mamas. And from there, I kept saying to myself, oh, I'm going to have my own daycare one day. I'm going to get my own daycare. You know, kids love me, and I'm going to get my own daycare. And took and got married, and during the time I got married, I had a husband. He wasn't like with me on getting my business started and everything. It was just a lot of chaos, but you know, that passed away. So now here I am up and trying to do it now.
Thank
Trying
you.
to make the kids, bring in people that need help, to watch their kids, to teach them, teach them and let them learn different things that, other people, may not be able to teach them. So I'm trying to step in there and do these things for them and let their parents work and make sure they are safe and just give them some activities to do and things to learn and take them different places, where they can have fun. Because a lot of kids out here is not having fun. They're in the house, playing games and on the TV and on the TikToks and all that kind of stuff. Like I'm trying to, teach them other things. When I was growing up, I didn't have TikTok and TV and phones and stuff, So I want them to know things where when they get out here in the world that they'll be able to say, okay, I'm going to go to school and be this. I'm going to go to school and do this.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. Nothing
Joe,
further.
is it currently operated as a?
It's not. Lisa, can you confirm it's not currently operating?
No, it's not currently operated.
All right. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I just have a question. What do you do for outdoor space for the young people?
I'm putting the outdoor space going to be in the back. I'm gonna get a yard, fenced off in the back.
I don't know if we have a good way to show that right now. So your plan is to upgrade the rear exit of the space to?
Yeah, and yes, in the back I'm because the landlord, she did give me the permission to put a gate, make a little play, like not saying playground, but a little play space. because there's a school up the street too, a playground, you know, where I can take them back and forth to the playground. And then there's also a crossing guard, you know, that sits out there in the morning time. And her name is Terry.
Other questions?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yes. So, I think I heard there would be maybe 25 children?
Yeah, I
max?
really don't know the, you know,
Right.
okay.
We understand.
Okay.
But that's kind of the plan. So what ages are we talking about?
From the babies like 6 months to like 5-year-olds, and you know, when it's time for them to go to school, I'll give them a little graduation and send them on to kindergarten.
Okay. And then this is all on one floor?
Yes.
Okay. And so the space, there's a bathroom. I'm not seeing.
Yeah, actually, it's a
Okay,
couple of
all right.
bathrooms.
Yeah, we
Okay.
have the one here.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. And you said like 5 staff members?
Yes.
All right. And they're going to be there all day?
Yes.
All right. And you do have all the fire equipment, like
Yes. Yes,
this,
I do.
the provisions are pretty stringent for
Yes.
daycare.
Yes.
And childcare centers. Okay. So you have like the 2 means of ingress and egress. You have the hardwired smoke detection systems, the emergency
Yes.
lighting, the
Yes.
strobes, so that, you know.
Yes.
And sometimes, depending on the number of kids, they ask you to have, you know, extra means of ingress and egress for those that are not capable of self-preservation. So I just bring that up as, you know,
Yes.
safety features that we've thought about. Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience?
There are no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Vecto, FECTEAU with the City Planning Commission.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1979 in a council-supported map change. This property has a documented history of ground floor commercial use. Child care centers are designated for 13 children or more. Planning Commission staff do not believe that with a bus stop at the corner in front of this property, pickup and drop off for 13 or more children can be done without causing congestion and interfering with SEPTA's operations. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed use variance for a child care center.
Mr. Consul, you have any comments?
We don't plan to use Cotman Avenue, Cottage Street, which is where the entrance and exit is. My client's confirmed is appropriate, and perhaps my client. Lisa, could you address the Planning Commission's comments regarding pickup and drop off?
Yes. There's no entranceway on Cotman Street, so we will be using Cottage Street.
Okay, all right. So MI 2025-007-383, 4401 Cotman Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to ground floor.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi,
See you
Wynn,
at
my
the
vote
end.
is yes with proviso.
See you at the end of the day.
See you at 6 o'clock, gang.
13, MI 2025-007-374, 1452 North 29th Street. Oliver Martin is the owner.
They're being promoted to panelists, Chair.
Can you guys see and hear me okay?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Oliver Martinez, Oliver. Martin, easy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
This application is for the use as a multiple family household living dwelling in an existing structure, whereas the proposed use in an RSA 5 zoning district is not appropriate. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
yes,
Okay. And the chair read your refusal, so did you waive the reading of, further reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Do you guys see my screen?
We can, sir.
Okay, so first, I want to start off by saying good morning. I am the owner and applicant for 1452 North 29th Street, and I'm representing myself today. Thank you for your time. I'm 25 years old. I bought this property when I was 24. This is the first home I've ever owned. I want to be upfront. I'm here without an attorney, so I'm going to try my best to be clear and honest with the board about my situation. I'm requesting a use variance to allow 3-unit residential use at my property. And I want to say clearly, I'm not proposing any new construction, no new units, no additions, no changes to the building. It already exists as 3 separate units. I'm just asking the board to formally recognize that. As you can see on this page right now, no construction, no structural changes, existing 3-unit configuration, nothing new being introduced. When I was looking to buy, my real estate agent brought me this property specifically as a 3-family opportunity. She told me it was a deal I couldn't pass up on and really pushed me to buy it. The seller had it listed as a 3-family. The seller's agent presented it as a 3-family. My loan officer that handled my FHA mortgage treating this as a multi-unit income property. And the home inspector who went through the building wrote in his report, 3-family/3 flat. And then there's the appraisal, which also says this. Because I use an FHA loan, the bank required a completely independent licensed appraiser, someone I didn't choose, someone with no stake in the sale to assess this property. And the form that the appraiser used is specifically the federal government's form. And this identifies it as a 3-family/3 flat. All 3 units individually on the floor plan labeled Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3. So between my agent, the seller's agent, my loan officer, the inspector, and a federally required independent appraiser, every single person involved in the transaction told me the same thing. This building is a triplex. I had every reason in the world to believe him. But after I closed, when I tried to get the rental license, I found that the zoning record didn't reflect 3 units. And at that moment, I didn't sit on it. I filed with the LNI right away. When that was refused, I filed this appeal, went through the RCO process, put this together, and now I'm here. So
Why don't you show us the property? Why don't you show us the property? We have all your paperwork.
So this is the front of the, yeah. To use them in here, there's 3 mailboxes, which still receive mail to this day. Unit 1 is on the 1st floor. Unit 2 is on the 2nd floor. Unit 3 is on the 3rd floor. I live on the 3rd floor. This is the view from both sides of the street. This is the 1st floor unit, living room, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom 1, bedroom 2, in the backyard. Unit 2, this is the entrance, go up some steps. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom 1, bedroom 2. 3rd floor, living room, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom 1, and bedroom 2. Now I want to go through the RCO documentation. So the community voted 6-3 in support of this application. I appreciate that majority vote, and I take the concerns of those who voted against me seriously. City records also show a prior ZBA history at this property that recognize it as a 3-family, which seems to be consistent with everything else in this record. One more thing I mentioned briefly before, I live in this building, 3rd floor, Unit 3. This is where I come home every night. I share the stairwell with the front door and everyone else in the building with the neighbors around me. I'm not an outside investor who bought this and walked away. I'm there every day, so I have every reason to run this property the right way. And if the board were to deny this, there would be real hardship. You know, converting a building with 3 separate electrical systems, 3 water heaters, 3 kitchens, 3 bathrooms back to a single family would mean gutting it out. And financial hardship as well. I'm 25 and I have an FHA mortgage. I bought this as a 3-unit income property because that's what every professional told me it was. So without the rental income from the other units, it would be generally difficult for me.
Mr. Martinez, is the remainder of the block, are there other multiple units on the block?
Yeah, so I want to show that here as well. So the following photographs here show mixed-use properties in the immediate vicinity. Right next to me is a laundromat on the first floor, 2 apartments on the second and third. Across the street is a daycare on the first floor, residential units above. Right across that street diagonal from me is a corner store with residential units above. And there are also 8 examples of triplexes, or at least advertised as triplexes nearby. You can see here. So these examples, further demonstrate that the 3-unit multi-residential seems to be an already established component of the surrounding neighborhood and residential density. So again, just want to emphasize that no new construction, no building expansion, no additional units, no increase in occupancy beyond the already existing long-standing condition. And this has operated as a triplex for as long as I know. I still receive mail from all 3 mailboxes for the previous tenants.
Questions from the board?
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
go ahead.
go ahead, I'm sorry. My question is about trash and is it your plan to have it stored in the front and the rear, or where do you plan to have trash storage?
Okay, so I have pictures here of the 3 units, the 3 electric panels for each of the units, and then the way trash is stored on the same street as me, all the way up the block and all surrounding streets. They leave their trash cans out front just like this. So this is how I've been doing it as well.
And that's can be problematic in neighborhoods because of trash and all other rodents that it can kind of bring. Is there any space in the apartments to have some interior trash storage for the second and third floor unit, and that the first floor can like have rear trash storage?
The first floor can store their trash in the back if they'd like to, but no space inside the unit, consistent with the way everyone else on the block and other surrounding streets and blocks store their trash is right out front, same way I do. So I have 4 trash cans, so 1 for each unit and then an extra 1 in case it fills up.
I guess the question is, are you opposed to having trash stored inside for the units above? I know what they're doing around the neighborhood, but that's one of the things that's really has made the city look pretty bad with trash cans around, sitting in front of units all around the city. So do you have an issue with it? Okay.
No, I do not. No opposition to it.
Okay, what's happening in the basement?
The basement is just utility. Nothing in there other than the 3 water heaters and 3 electrical panels. And it's a private entrance. I keep the door locked.
Okay.
3 electrical panels or 4 meters?
Or yes, 3 and then 1 for the common area. Yeah, so 4 and then 3 water heaters. Sorry, thank you.
And the first floor unit, is it a 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom? And do you have to go through the bedroom to get to the backyard?
Yes, they're all 2-bed, 1
Oh, you
bath,
got floor plans. You've got floor plans.
Yeah, and then yes, you do have to go through the master bedroom to go to the backyard. I watched some recordings and I see that you often have, a little bit of a problem with that, but that was how I bought it, unfortunately. But yeah, they're all really big bedrooms. They're not small bedrooms. A lot of space in the living rooms and kitchens as well. But yes, you do have to go to the master bedroom to get to the backyard.
Other questions?
What's going on with the separation between the second floor and the third floor? How do you get to the third floor apartment?
So when you walk up so when you open the front door, right to the left is the first floor. You walk up the stairs to the second floor, and the second floor, um, the second floor entrance is right there at the end of the steps, and then you just turn around, and there's a very small, like one step to get up to the third floor, which is my apartment. So my door kind of faces theirs, um, but three separate entrances.
So you enter your unit on the second floor.
I enter.
There's a
Yeah,
door.
So yeah, when I
yeah,
open the door to my third floor apartment, there's another full flight of steps to go up to the
Upstairs.
apartment. Yeah.
yeah. Unfortunately, this plan doesn't match what's there.
Mm.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I bought the property, I didn't build anything. I tried my best to make out floor plans to the best of my ability. It's a little bit difficult without having the original floor plans, but I tried my best here.
The questions.
Wait, I understand that. I understand that you tried your best, but like right now, how you get into your first, where do you enter into the first floor unit?
So when you
Because you're
open,
not coming up off the steps, right? The steps are all the way to the right and you have to have a common hallway. So
yeah,
how
so
do you,
when you enter this door, right to the left is the first door to the
so go
apartment.
back to your plans and because you're showing the kitchen there, you're showing the kitchen wall. So like where are you entering into the kitchen?
Yeah. This is the first floor unit. That's the front door here. So as soon as you walk in, that's the living room and the kitchen. This is the front door to the
Okay.
entrance to the yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, forget those plans. They make no sense. They have nothing to do with what reality is, right? So
Okay.
it's better to, if you're gonna look at the pictures.
And then is this the only bathroom on that floor?
Yeah, one bathroom per unit.
That's a very tight bathroom. I don't even think a like most people can't fit into that first floor shower. So, but all right.
Other questions?
Can we see the other floors here, the pictures, not so fast. Can we go
Sorry.
back?
Okay, yeah.
All
This
right,
so
this is all
this is the
first.
entrance,
Okay, and that's
living
the
room,
first unit.
kitchen, bathroom,
Okay.
bathroom, living area, different angle,
Mm-hmm.
first bedroom, second bedroom.
So it's
Then-
2 bedrooms per floor?
Yes.
Okay.
And then this is the backyard.
Okay.
Second floor unit, you walk up the stairs, this is the door. This is the living room and the kitchen. If you see this hallway,
Mm-hmm.
that's a hallway from the entrance. So you walk in here, walk up this way. Instead of walking straight, you can walk into this first bedroom. This is the bathroom,
Mm-hmm.
first bedroom, second bedroom,
Okay.
third floor. There's a hallway here too. So there's some steps. You walk up, walk through the hallway, living room. This is where I live, kitchen, bathroom, and then 2 bedrooms.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission, Chairman and Board members. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. At that time, this block face was zoned RM1 residential multifamily. The city granted a use permit for 2 dwelling units in 2011. The appellant is seeking to legalize an unlicensed third unit. If the property was still zoned RM1, their lot would be 10 square feet shy of allowing the third unit. This is de minimis. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant a proposed use variance for a third dwelling unit.
MI 2025-007-374, 1452 North 29th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Second and third floor trash to be stored inside.
Michael Johns, my vote is a yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wood, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. You have your vote, sir.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yep. You did good all with those floor plans.
Thank you. Tried my best.
I did notice he studied the films too beforehand, the videos before, Michael.
Right.
You did a good job.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right. Number 7, MI 2025-004-811, 5149 Brown Street. Brittany Hoggins is the owner applicant. Unanimous support from Mill Creek Advisories. Good morning. Is that one? Mic one?
Peace, how are you?
Oh, good morning. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Brittany Hoagans, BRITTANY
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
This
I
is the,
understand.
excuse
I
me, this
see
is
you
the
have a-
reporter. Pardon me, Chair. Could I ask the witness to pull the microphone closer?
Here you go. Try it now.
Do I sound better now?
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Okay. Why don't you state your name one more time?
Brittany Hoagans, BRITTANY.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And I notice here that there's unanimous support from Mill Creek for you. And our vice chair has a couple questions for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And your refusal is for multifamily living in an existing structure. Did you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Hi, how are you? My name is Brittany Hoagans. I live at 5149 Brown Street. This home was inherited from my mom. She passed away in 2013. And I have been doing my best to maintain it since. Over time, I have wanted to grow and learn and realize that it might be best to renovate this home. And I decided to come to you guys to see if I could renovate it into a triplex. I did meet with the RCO. We did have a unanimous decision to move forward. They did ask to see what the utility boxes would look like on the side of the home, as opposed to having them in a way so that you had to go to 2 different apartments to see them. So on the plans, we did put them on the side of the home.
So why don't we do this? Why don't you just start with your plans and then go to the photos, because we have every piece of paperwork for you. So start with that. And I understand the whole issue with the side, with the utility. But why don't you show us what the building is, what you want to do, your plans, and then photos of what it is now. Okay?
Sure. Okay. So,
That's its location.
yes. This is the front of the home.
It's a 2-story,
It's a 2-story home, yes.
and you want 3 units?
Correct. 1 in the basement, 1 on the first floor, and 1 on the top floor.
Okay.
This is the side of the home. This is just a full side, proposing what we would do with the back differently here as opposed to what it is now. This is what the home currently looks like, the floor plan. And this is the proposed floor plan.
Can we make it a little bigger?
Larger.
Yeah, a little larger so we can see. Now, yeah, we want to see it. Ellen. Okay. Oh, that's better. Think. Can't
Yeah.
see it.
Why don't you move it up so we can see the basement? Can you just move that up? Here you go. So the entrance is in the front there in the basement, is that what I'm saying?
It would be in the front.
So you step down and go into the basement?
Yes, you'll go right into the basement from the street.
Okay. All right, questions from the board?
What is your trash
What's
plan
the-
for 3 units, for the 3 units?
My trash plan would be on, so a picture of,
You're moving away from the mic.
okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
My trash plan would be on the side of the home, and I want to pull this up so I can show you guys. So this area is gated. So we could put the trash, they could put we could all put the trash on the side here or directly on the side of the home because it's elevated up, it's not on the street.
And are there any other triplexes on the block that you know of?
Yes. The property adjacent to me,
Yeah, but that goes up a little bit. That's right next door to you?
this is the property adjacent to me. It's a duplex and this part I believe is made for zone for storage. They dug this part up. So that's where the idea came from for me. So this is the house next door to me.
So you'll be doing the same then? You got to dig that front up
Mhm.
and put an entrance in there for the basement?
Yes.
That's right?
Other questions?
Yeah, I guess a couple of comments. The basement unit doesn't work, right? There's no natural ventilation or windows. And if you are going to put bedrooms down there and have egress wells, that was a good picture you showed of the side breezeway. Because if you put bedrooms down there and you have to put egress wells, you will have no room to walk on your property and get from the backyard to the front yard because the window wells have to be 3 foot deep, and you appear to have only about 3 feet. So there's no way you could really access through that area. So I think it's problematic to try to do a living in the basement for this house.
Okay.
How's,
Other questions or
um,
observations?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same because right now the trash plan would also be to keep the trash cans on that same walkway. And that is as soon as you do the egress wells for the basement, and it's still gonna be very dark down there because just to clarify though, your breezeway is elevated, right? It's it's sort of in line with the porch. Because you have to walk upstairs to get to that breezeway where the trash would be stored, correct?
Correct. It doesn't have to be on that in that actual area. I'm gonna share again so I can show you what I mean.
And then is there a shared alleyway between you and the houses at the rear?
The house is at the back. No.
No, so there's no way, like you couldn't pull the trash cans around to the front. You'd have to bring them down the steps.
Yes, you have to bring the trash cans down the steps.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or
Excuse me.
comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1969 and a council-supported map change. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. This is a majority single-family block face. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed use variance for 3 dwelling units.
MI 2025-004-811-5149 Brown Street. I vote yes with proviso. Maximum 2 units, no household living in basement.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 1, MI 2024-001-949 2900 Steiner Avenue. Devin Upta is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelist chair.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, I apologize. I thought I wasn't going to be called to 1054 based on an email received. Are you able to go to the next case and then come back to me?
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Number 8. Number 8, MI 2025-007-219-829 Brown Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney. Brooklyn Street, is that? Or 828 Brooklyn Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelist chair.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio, on behalf of FOAC Investments and Herbert Blackwood.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I see you have a letter of support from West Belmont Civic Association. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have
morning.
you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Yeah, first I'm going to share this photo, aerial photo. Apologize for it being a little blurry. This property is it's a currently boarded up property here on this side of the street. And we've currently 5 vacant lots. It's a significant historical disinvestment on this block. There is new construction here on the opposite side of the block on multifamily. This block was originally and historically an RM1 block, a residential multifamily. I'm going to pull up the rest of my exhibit binder. In fact, when my client purchased the property in middle of 2022, he purchased it as an RM1 lot and had every intention of putting a duplex here. So he engaged in an engineer, he engaged in an architect, and he began the process. Then in sometime in 2023, the zoning changed. We're here because, my client, of course, was not responsible for that change in classification, and he would like to pursue the two-family dwelling. After meeting with the RCO and the neighbors, uh, several things came out. A, that side of the block has experienced major disinvestment. B, there are already properties on the block that have been converted to two-family dwellings. And C, there's new construction that is multifamily right down the block. This is the rendering of what we're looking to do. Let's take a look at the interior. Here's the letter that went out to. Here we are. Apologies. Start with the interior layouts. Here's the first floor. We have a living room. Here's unit 1, open concept living room and kitchen, dining, full bath. There is a bedroom in the rear currently with access to the rear yard. The basement would have access wells, 2 additional bedrooms, and a full bath with mechanicals and laundry. Then the top 2 floors would be, again, large living, open area space, open concept with a rear bedroom, and the top floor being the primary with a suite, linen closet, walk-in closet, additional laundry and mechanicals. No roof deck. It's, as I said, currently the property has been abandoned boarded up for quite some time, and my client would like to get in the process of rehabbing it. This is the letter that went out to all individual households. 202 households were mailed, as you say, as you've already put on the record, and we've already submitted the letter of non-opposition from the RCO, given the conditions of the block and other factors, including but not limited to the fact that my client purchased this as an RM1 lot, had every intention and began investing in it as an RM1 lot, and was surprised to find out that he could no longer have the duplex that he had planned. With that, I'd like to call Ms. Lorraine Davidson. She's also a member of FOAC Investment to adopt my testimony. And then I'll also have Chris Kardikoff available. He is the architect in the event the board has any questions about design.
Thank you.
Lorraine Davidson. Yep. Trash storage will be exclusively interior to both of the units. There'll be, of course, safety lighting and camera on the exterior and front and rear.
They're being promoted to panel.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Hi, my name is Lorraine Davidson.
And spell it, please.
LORRAINEDAVIDSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Davidson, did you hear my representations today?
Yes.
Are they
Yes.
true? Are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And you adopted as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further from Ms. Davidson. I do ask that the board promote Mr. Chris Kardikoff as a panelist in the event there's any questions regarding design.
Chris?
Thank you.
They declined a request.
Okay.
Can we try one more time, please? Maybe he was confused.
They declined the request.
So why don't we start, Vernon, and if we need it, we'll come back and try to.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, what's the depth of the basement below grade?
This is why I would like to have the architect here to discuss this.
Do you have the section or the elevation?
Let me take a look.
They accepted the
Court.
request. They're being promoted.
Could you please state your name, sir? And
6
spell it
feet
for us?
under, Mike.
6 feet under.
So 6 feet under. Yet another grave. 6 feet under.
Why are we
and then
removing windows?
Let's get the architect on.
Yep.
so
I
we
mean,
can go.
I've asked the
Chris?
architect to come so we could talk about design. That's.
They've accepted a promotion. They're promoted.
Thank you.
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Apologies. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Could you please state
Oh,
your name, then spell it
yes,
for
sir.
the stenographer?
Christopher Karakhoff. It's Carikhoff.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, why don't you?
Thank you. First,
second the
I just want to make a point of for the record. I understand Mr. Johns' apprehension in supporting any project that has a rear bedroom that which leads to a yard. We are, of course, and Chris will testify to this, amenable to returning with revised plans and a resumption. That said, Chris, the board has asked for clarity on below grade basement, how many feet? We've got to 6 feet. I believe Ms. Nguyen had a question. I don't think it was a hypothetical one. Why are we removing windows? But if you could speak to the depth of the basement, please, Chris.
Yes, as you can see in our zoning sheet, we are just over 6 feet below grade, which is consistent with the block in order to get 8-foot ceiling heights.
Yeah, I understand the consistency with the existing houses on the street. However, the existing house on the street didn't have living space in the basement. They were used for utilities. Once you begin to use the basement for living space, having 6 feet below grade with very sort of narrow exit ways becomes problematic and lets in very little light and is not a very habitable living space.
I think additionally
But I
with
understand,
that, it looks like
I understand why you did it, because you're matching the height of the first floor of the adjacent property. So I understand why you did it. I just don't think it works.
And I think
Go ahead.
it further is exacerbated by the removal of the windows. It does look like there are currently 2 windows at the front and 2 windows at the back that would have allowed light into those spaces. And your plans are showing them removed, or at least one of them removed in the front. And it looked like from when Vern was going through the drawings, it looked like they're both removed at the rear. And then you're adding in only the egress wells. So there'd be this one window in the front and then the 2 egress wells. Is that correct?
That's correct as we have it currently shown. We do have an opportunity to increase the window well if that's the board's preference. Certainly in the front, just the way our stairs oriented.
But I think there's the issue of how deep it is, whether you could put a couple more windows.
We're also, yeah, and again, as I stated, we are also willing to return to the resumption with revised plans that bring that 6 feet up.
Yeah, I think there's still a way to keep the cornice consistent with the adjacent properties. If in fact you want to try to do something in the basement, can you go to the basement plan?
Sure.
Well, also, Mike, remember this is an existing building. So the cornice is already there.
I thought this was new.
No.
This was a new
Well,
construction.
it's a vacant boarded up property currently.
It's just painted and.
Oh,
So-
I see.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
this
just
is-
had I had clarification question on that too, because the refusal says for the erection of attached structure, and when I look at the city's map on Atlas, it shows a vacant lot currently.
I think, so it's not on Google Maps or on Google Earth.
Chris.
And I think it was an attached structure because of the 3rd floor addition, which doesn't now appear to be part of this case.
Chris, is it a vacant lot currently?
It shows us. I thought it was a vacant lot.
Or is the structure still there?
The structure has been demoed, I believe, by the city. You could ask
Okay.
Lorraine that, but that's how it was. It's
Thank
been,
you. Thank you for the clarity. So point of clarity, and that's why the refusal reads as though it does.
Yeah. So it's a new construction, so you have the opportunity to do
Yes, and it's one of several vacant lots on the block.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yep, if the board does in fact land on wanting us to have a less deep below grade, it's certainly something we can do with return with a revision and a proviso plan.
and to Mr. Johns's point, we could keep a consistent cornice height. We would just shrink likely the windows or on that second floor, but keep the cornice height consistent, so even though our ground floor does not align, we would at least keep that consistency.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why
And
don't we move
but for
on?
the change after purchase, the two-family dwelling would be by right. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we move on here? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
And Planning Commission, do you want to make a comment now? Because I think I'm going to bring this back.
Certainly, I'll make a comment now.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, board members. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and members of the board, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2023 in a community-supported map change. At that time, this property was zoned RM1 residential multifamily. This is a majority single-family block face, so the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Mr. Chair, just if I may weigh in respectfully to the
Sure.
with the Planning Commission, I appreciate their input as always. I understand they need to stick to the code. They've changed this. This was a long-standing RM1 block. As you know, there's more than half a dozen vacant lots on the block right now with new multifamily construction. The classification that they changed, from RM1 to RSA 5, since after the purchase of this property, has yielded 0 single-family home construction. So the classification, although maybe well-intended, did not yield the results that the Planning Commission nor the community had hoped, which is why the community supports this proposal. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to bring this back. So MI 2025-007 219 829 Brooklyn Street. I'm going to bring this back for resumptive hearing 7/28/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Number 12. Let's see here. Yeah, why don't we wait for the answer? Number 12, MI 2025-007 355 1931 West Passyunk Avenue. Vincent DeFino is the attorney. There's unanimous support from concerned citizens of Point Breeze.
They're promoted to panelists, Chair.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Mr. DeFino. Would you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Vincent, Vincent, Anthony, Anthony, DeFino, DE, capital F as in Frank, INO.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Mr. DeFino, could you turn on your video? We can't see you.
Yeah, sure. I don't know why it's not working right now. And my tech person left to go grab a coffee. So.
Okay, well, we're gonna.
Oh, you're here? Okay, hold on one second. We're gonna get me on video.
It's good. Don't spill the coffee.
Would you like me to?
Mr. DeFino, while we're waiting for him to do that, could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Sure. Carlin Messina, she's been the owner by deed, which is here since 2009 on deed, but she owned the property since 2006. She's here with me today. Can you put me on video?
Sure. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed once you can figure out your technology.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's not working. I don't know. maybe I'll go.
Well, we'll hear your testimony. We just won't see your,
I can't get, where's the
your face, but why don't you do this? With your,
insurance?
with your, presentation, can you make it a little larger too, so that people will be able to see it?
Yeah, I'm working on it now. I don't know what happened there. No, up there.
Oh, it's up there. Oh, it's right here.
Okay.
Can they see that now?
They said to make it larger, and it's not moving.
Zoom is not responding.
Zoom is not responding.
It looks like it's loading. Seriously.
Oh my God. Can you,
It's loading right here to share your screen. It says you are screen sharing.
Fina, why don't you start telling us about the project as you're doing this? We lost. Hi, Mr. DeFino. Oh, he's completely gone.
I think we lost him.
Mr. DeFino?
Looks like they're still listed as a panelist, Chair.
Okay. Not me.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. DeFino? Oh, this is Dominic Long?
Yes, yes, it is.
Mr. Long, are you involved in this case on Passyunk Avenue?
No, I wanted to testify for it.
Okay, well, we'll call you. We'll have an opportunity to call you, okay? And we're waiting for Mr. DeFino.
Okay, thank you.
Video. Oh, wait. All right, your video should be on now. You want to tell them your computer failed?
hello?
And Mr. DeFino?
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know what happened. I'm having difficulty.
Seems to be a little bit, I still don't see you.
Share. Let me see.
Oh, here it is. It's coming up.
All right, let me pull it up.
Yeah. I think you just scroll on it. Is it?
This is, hold on, that's not it. Hold on, where's the, wait. We need to pull the PDF up. Here it is.
Is it? Can you see the screen now?
We see the screen, we just don't see you.
Okay. All right. So I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
Hold on, our vice chair you already talked to him, right? Why don't you see if you can make this presentation?
All right. So here's the deed for the property here. Carlin Messina received this property from her father's estate in 2006, actually, but the deed's 2009. Here is the certificate of tax clearance and the letter to the community with the proof of mailing. And then we get into the refusal. Basically, this is CMX2, and the first floor under CMX2 has to be used for other than commercial. And what we want to do here is put an apartment on the first floor. There's the notice of zoning that we put in advance of the hearing by more than a month. And if you look here.
Could you turn that for us so we can
Yeah, sure.
see it upside down?
Oh, I need to turn this and I need to move. Can you move them over? Okay, good. All right, I get it. So this is the property here. It's
So it's
19.
got that little porch front, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, it has a porch front. And as you can see, that's not conducive to handicap accessibility.
Right.
She inherited this property back in 2006.
The second floor is an apartment?
The second floor is an apartment,
And
correct?
the first floor had been some kind of office, commercial, right?
The first floor was vacant from 2006 to 21, and then she had a yoga studio in there.
Oh,
And then that lasted for about 2 years.
so why don't we turn this one too?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
there you
turn
go.
So you could see it's kind of, there's a commercial area here. She owns this property to the left. She
Mm-hmm. She owns
owns,
that property too?
correct. She owns the
Okay.
property to the right.
Right.
Her brother owns a property a couple doors down. So they owned basically a lot of the block for a long period of time. Here's a
So let me ask you this. Do you have drawings or what do you have for the first floor for us?
Sure. I have, this is the first floor here. These are the pictures. I got to turn them around. Everything's upside down, I think. All right. So you kind of see, you walk in, there's the steps to the second floor. And on the right-hand side is the door to the first floor apartment. You go to the picture to the left. This is the first floor. And this is the kitchen area, the first floor. This is the second floor apartment that currently exists in the property. Here's the surrounding properties. As you can see, there's 1943. It looks like a duplex there. There's a guy in the window. You can see him.
That's 43, that's 45.
43 and 47 also is a duplex. So the surrounding area is conducive to duplexes in the area. And that's the area. And then we have the plans here.
For the first floor, the plans?
Yeah, sure. This is a rendering. The backyard, everything open area is good. We have enough open area there. And then this is
Try to enlarge this one coming up, okay?
yeah, over
Enlarge
here.
that for us. A little more. Just maybe a little bit more. Okay, so why don't you?
That better?
Why don't you describe what you have there?
Okay, so this is the first floor. When you walk into the property if you're facing the building, you'll be walking in on the left-hand side. You'll be walking in here. The living room's here. There's a kitchen here. The bedroom is back here. And there's a bathroom towards the rear of the property. There's also a hallway to the side of the bathroom and bedroom that goes out to that backyard. So you would have trash storage in the backyard of the property. Then this is the second floor, which is not really relevant today, but you can see the second floor. This is the front of the building, living room, bathroom, bedroom. And then we have our RCO letter of support. And Point Breeze, concerned citizens of Point Breeze, and we had about 15 people there, and it was unanimous, and they discussed the whole project, and they were on board with it, and they understood that there was no handicap accessibility, that there's a need for housing in the surrounding neighborhood. Couple of her tenants were there. They said basically how she keeps everything in repair and doesn't raise the rent too often. And the council, Mr. Long from the councilman's office, Dominic Long, he's here with us today. He was there. He witnessed the meeting, and
He's gonna testify.
and that's basically it.
So why don't you
Yeah.
bring your client on and have your testimony adopted?
Sure.
And she's there with you, right?
Huh?
She's with you?
Yeah, try to hit it. No, it's not working.
Okay,
Touch it.
all right.
Yeah. Carlin, this is Carlin Messina. Carlin,
Hold on, could she please state her name and let her spell it for us?
Yes, my name is Carlyn Messina, CarlynMessina.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Hi, Carlin. You heard my testimony today.
Yes, I did.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Do you adopt it as your own?
Yes, I do.
Questions from the board?
This is a one-bedroom on the first floor,
That's correct.
correct? Okay, you mentioned the hallway, but the plan didn't show it, but it is a one-bedroom. And how does and they have access to the basement?
Yes, the first floor has access to the basement.
And the basement is used for just utilities?
Utilities and storage,
Okay,
if they need it.
all right, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, you said that this was supposed to be a commercial, what is it, or office or professional?
CMX2, yeah.
Yeah, so you said something about how it was vacant for a long time, and then you said there was some use for an office type use for a little bit. Can you
Yes.
repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I heard
sure.
you in it.
It was vacant from 2006 to roughly 2021, where it was used for a yoga classes. And
okay.
they would make fruit drinks and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And then they left the property about 2 years ago, and Miss Messina put it on the market for office space or retail or commercial or business.
Mhm.
And there was nothing, no hits, nothing. So
So this is basically a residential sort of area, is that?
yeah, there's residential and it's kind of mixed, but yeah, this property was built as a residential property.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're
Questions
welcome.
from our attorney?
Not a question, but just a comment that if the board does grant this, it should include a proviso clarifying that the approved use of the property is two-family household living. So since there's already a dwelling unit there, it's not single family, it's two-family. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Mr. Lamb's not there. Was that his name? Long?
Hello?
Hi, sir, Mr. Long?
Yes.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes. Dominic, Dominic. Last name Long, Long.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, sir.
So I'm here on behalf of the Second District Office of Council President Kenyatta Johnson, and he would like to testify in support of this project.
Mr. Long, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to call us.
Of course.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. In 2007, the city issued a use permit for a daycare center on the first floor, and the city issued a permit in 2022 for a business and professional office. So commercial use is viable here. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for not including ground floor commercial use.
MI 2025-007-355, 1931 West Passyunk Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Approved use is two-family household living.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, I vote yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Sorry about the
Oh,
technical
no, that's okay.
difficulties.
All right, we're going to go back to number one. MI 2024-001-949, 2900 Snyder Avenue. Devin Upta is the attorney.
I gotta get out of there.
They're being promoted to panelists, Chair.
I'm sure.
This has a tax issue, right? Am I correct, Hillary?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Hi, counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Devin Ukda, DEV.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? But I think we're losing you there. We lost you.
UQDAH.
Uh,
That's me?
Devin, try, yeah, we can't see you, but. Here he goes. Devin, please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
DEVIN UQDAH.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, the client is Zahid Khan. Can you see?
And our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Devin, I saw there was a letter of support in 1924 from Tasker Moore Neighbors Association.
Wait, in 1924? No, they supported in 2024, right?
8/15/24, right? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes. So
Yeah, that's why I said it's 24.
Are you able to see my screen?
We see your
Can you
screen.
see my screen? Okay. So just a high level overview of this property. This property is set up as a lot to sell cars. So I have some historical zoning that I'll go through to show that in the past it actually was set up as that. It looks like at some point this property was just rezoned with the entire area, but it always was either like a car dealership or a parking lot. So we're looking to just basically have it stay as a car dealership, as most of the properties on the block are. So here is the notice of refusal. This is the application for personal vehicle sales and rental in the zoning district. So this property is in South Philadelphia, off of Snyder. It's a corner lot. So this is a higher overview of what it looks like on Google Maps. If you look around, so it's CMX2. So most of the properties on this block here are CMX2 properties. They're all usually like car dealers or car lots on this block. This is the original zoning notice. So what I have here is basically some historical zoning permits that were submitted for the property. I'll go through them rather quickly, but it's just to give like a historical context so that you can understand. It was originally zoned for its use now in like the 1950s. So this is like the zoning permit for 1951 that was basically approved for it to be a parking lot. And then at some point it was converted in 1955 from a parking lot to a lot for the people to sell cars on. Now I do understand at some point my client is the tenant of the property. So at some point the property may have been not used at all, which I think probably has caused this issue. So currently when my client came into use of the property, they were under the assumption that it still had its correct zoning from the 1950s. And that's kind of how we ended up here. It's the approval. Just kind of how we ended up here. So right now, this is what the lot looks like now. So it's pretty much, it's owned by one person. And they basically run the entire lot. This is a car lot on the property. So this is the outside of the lot. So the grounds are pretty much the same. All the signage and stuff like that, that was from prior permits. So, and this is the postage from far away. So pretty much we're just looking to basically maintain how it's currently set up. All the stuff was already there when they came into use of the property. So I guess, the office location and then the lot and the gates, this stuff was already up. So we're not actually looking to make any, I know there was a question in some of the responses from the ZBA with the pictures, like any changes to like the internal property or like any like renovations. So all of this is going to be the same. The gates and everything, how it looks on the outside, the inside, the office space, all that's already set up by the owner. So the stuff is going to stay the same. And then here are some pictures of the areas around it. So if you see, if we're looking to the left of the property, there's lots up and down. This is our lot now. There's lots up and down the street. So this is another car lot that's on the same block. So pretty much when we met with the RCO, they were aware that pretty much this entire strip is car lots in this area. Or some type of like parking lot or something like that, something industrial. So the entire strip is another car lot as well. The entire strip is just car lots. So we're looking just to have our basic zoning updated so what that business actually has been since the 1950s. Here's the proof of the postage that went out. It's a meeting from when I met with the RCO, which was Tasker Morris Neighbors. This is a letter of support from Tasker Morris Neighbors. I don't think we had any people in opposition. They were pretty aware of like the community and what was going on in the area. It's a picture of the postage. This is a picture of me backed out so that you can see where it's posted as personal on like the outside gate where people would enter onto the actual property. And that's pretty much it. I am attempting to get a tax certificate from the owner. So my client is the renter. So that is an issue that is outstanding.
We'll hold the vote relative to that.
Okay.
All right, you want to bring your client on and adopt your testimony?
Yes. So yes. His name is Zahid Khan Mohammed. Zahid, are you in the audience?
There's no one in the virtual audience with that name. Perhaps if they could raise their hand.
I think he was supposed to be calling in. Let me, 1 second.
Devin, that's right off the expressway there, am I right?
Yes. Can I just go on mute to just call him to make sure? He might have dropped off, but just go on mute to call him or something.
If you can do it right away, please.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. Hey, I need you to dial back in. Can I give you the phone number to dial in? No, you got to dial back this phone number. I'm gonna text it to you now. All right. Okay. All right.
Is he calling in, Devin? Devin?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, froze.
Can I take my screen down and just give? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Devin, did you get him?
Yeah.
He's coming on now. Do we see anybody coming on? Devin, unmute. Devin, you're muted.
I don't see any new attendees at this time.
All right. Devin, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Devin, you're an officer of the court. We'll accept your testimony, okay? Questions from the
thank you.
board?
Yeah,
I have
at the
no
RCO
question.
meeting, did any other issues come up that the community wanted the business up to address since it's during this operations? Did any other issues come up?
No, it didn't. I think they were pretty aware. I think they explained that they knew that it was always a car lot right there. So nothing else came up. They thought it was pretty straightforward from what I recall that, I mean, the entire, like I said, the entire strip is pretty much all car lots.
Okay.
I think
So they
some,
didn't have any questions about how he was operating, no parking on the sidewalks or anything like that? Nothing, okay. All right,
No.
thank you.
The
Other
current,
questions?
is your client currently operating?
yes.
He is? Okay, because it looks like from most photos online that this is a contractor that's moving building materials. So I think my question is like, where is the work on the cars being done? There does not appear to be a garage. And what's going on with the utility hookups?
So he's not what do you mean a contract? He's a car salesman.
I understand what you said. I said that currently the photos online that are available of this property make it look like it is a used building supply, like there's big pallets of drywall, and it looks like that is what has been being sold as building materials.
So it may be a lot next to it. He doesn't sell building materials. He sells cars.
Okay.
He doesn't sell like for like renovations. He doesn't do that at all.
Correct. So is there any more accessory buildings being added, or we're just
No,
legalizing what's already there?
we're just legalizing what's already there.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emberson?
No questions, but just want to note that we can set the vote date for this at June 17th at 9:30. Thank you.
What was it again?
June 17th at 9:30.
All right, we're coming back then? Okay. All right, okay. All right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from CMX2, commercial mixed use, to ICMX, industrial and commercial mixed use. The city last rezoned several parcels in this neighborhood in 2002. However, the zoning in the majority of this neighborhood, including this block, dates to 1933. The proposed use, personal vehicle sales and rental, would be allowed with a special exception in the recommended ICMX zoning. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for personal vehicle sales and rental.
Thank you. Devin, we're going to hold this to June 17th at 9:30.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience whose case has not been called from the 9:30 list?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Everybody at 2 p.m.
Alrighty.
How many in the audience? 29? We're ready to start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns.
President, Mr. Chairman.
Ty is here now. Ty Nguyen. She'll be here in a little bit. And Ryan McAdams is here.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
So here is our attorney and also our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or on Zoom, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. After you've been sworn in, please mention your name each time you testify. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address on your Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA by the close of business tomorrow. Call 215-669-2429 And please provide your name, the email address, and the case address. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed so that we can call on you. When you are called on, please click the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A questions for procedural issues and not the case. If you're called, if you're called by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For in-present panelists, if testifying, get close to the mic so that we can hear your testimony, that everyone hears it, and also the court reporter. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In the case of an emergency, follow staff instructions. The main exit is through the doors at the rear, and the stairs are to the left. If we have to evacuate, go to Love Park, which is directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule. Number 1, MI 2023-005, 621 254 South 54th Street. Zen Jin is the attorney. Good afternoon, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zen Jin, Z-H-E-N-J-I-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, could you give us an update on this case?
Yes, my client unfortunately would request a withdrawal of this matter. Primary reason is that he has had a lot of issues with family overseas and hasn't been in the States, and therefore couldn't process the paperwork that is required by the board. So rather than delaying further, he feels that a refiling in a later date when he's ready would be a better avenue.
Thank you very much. So 254 South 54th Street, that case has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Right. Number 2, MI 2025-003, 648 1000 North 48th Street. That case is continued until 8/5/2026 at 2 p.m. And here it is, number 4. Yep. MI, oh, that's 2, I'm sorry. MI 2025-005-059 2111 Wallace Street. That case is continued until 8/5/26.
Excuse
At
me,
2
Mr.
p.m.
Chair, I'm sorry, that case was withdrawn.
Oh, it's withdrawn. Okay,
Yes.
case has been withdrawn. Fine. Any other requests for continuance? We're going to go to our add-ons.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. I do have one hand up from Rachel Pritzker. I will allow them to speak right now.
Okay, she had the case.
Good afternoon.
Hi, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Rachel, Rachael, Pritzker, Pritzker.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your case?
I'm here for 1030 North 48th Street, requesting a continuance.
I just did it, Rachel.
Okay, I'm sorry, I might have missed that. You have it as 1000 North 48th Street, not 1030.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Hi, Chair. This is Ian Haggard, Executive Director. Hey, Ms. Pritzker, the case in our docket is in fact 1000 North 48th Street, but it's the same appeal
Okay.
that you're talking about.
Great,
Sorry
thank you
for
so
the
much.
confusion. Yep.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? When do you come up? Is Meredith on the line, please? Meredith?
They've been allowed to speak, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'm here.
So, hi, could you please, Meredith, we'll start with you. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let me get this open first. What's the case number for this?
This is 6100 Wissahickon Avenue.
Yep, I'm pulling it up now. Yep. And sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name's Sidney Ozer, S-I.
Can't hear you.
At all.
Can't hear you.
Okay. Go ahead, Sidney. Thank you.
My name is Sidney Ozer, S-I-D-N-E-Y. Last name O-Z like zebra, E like echo, R like Robert.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So, counsel, I believe he's going to request a continuance, so I'm going to let him go first. So why don't you tell us where you stand with this case?
Thank you, Chair. We are lucky enough to be working with Meredith Ferliger and her client, Nidal Hassan, for 6100 Wissahickon Avenue. And we're very, very happy that we've made an enormous amount of progress. We had a community meeting on April 20th, where we met with the developers team, and our community was a Zoom community meeting. And then after the community meeting on a separate time, we had an online vote for a few days with our community. And the community voted, including the near neighbors and the RCO zoning board. And the issues of importance that we identified were the stormwater issues, a very, very important issue, the building height no higher than 3 stories above grade, sight lines, and aesthetics. And we put this in a note to the developers group, and the applicant did address the majority of our concerns. We're very happy and that there was a beneficial relationship with us and the developers team, and we were able to move forward on these issues, particularly the stormwater issue, which was particularly of concern to the Friends of the Wissahickon. However, the applicant would not reduce the height to 3 stories above grade. The Bluebell Hill Civic Association requested the applicant get a continuance so the community could be notified of the height change above 3 stories above grade. And then the community would be able to vote on that so that we could hopefully come to a mutual agreement. The applicant denied our continuance. So as a result of that, the Bluebell Hill Civic Association, the RCO, requests continuance as a result of that opposition. And we hope understanding can be achieved. Particularly, we think we can achieve understanding with the applicant if there's time for us to discuss this matter.
All right. So why don't we let the attorney have?
Sure.
Meredith, could you please comment?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, we wholeheartedly
Hold on.
agree.
I swore you in, right, Meredith?
Yeah, you swore me in. We wholeheartedly agree with the representations made in terms of the developer seeking to work with the community to the best of his ability. But just in terms of the timing here, this matter was already continued once. It was originally scheduled for a hearing in February. Prior to even that date, already 2 meetings had been held with this particular RCO group. The developer had agreed in February to a continuance to facilitate a 3rd meeting, which was held and which did result in many of the changes that Mr. Ozer represented to the board today. But unfortunately, at this point in time, as the board will see this afternoon, no further changes can be made, and we believe that the board will understand why that is the case when you hopefully hear the case later this afternoon. So at this point, we do not believe that a further continuance would be fruitful other than to facilitate another vote in the matter. It would not be any form of substance, at least in terms of any modifications being made. So we believe that the community's position can be made clear on the record. It was made clear in the email that was sent to the board outlining the changes that were made. And we would ask for the matter to
All right,
continue.
so we're going to hear the case today and we'll take your consideration. If you want to stay, please
I
stay.
certainly will.
And we'll give you another opportunity to give us what you said and anything different,
Yeah,
okay?
I do, before,
Okay,
be
but
able to hear-
try not to make it long because
No,
we got a lot of cases here.
We have support for the request for continuance also is from the 21st Ward Democrats.
Sure.
Neighboring RCO as well. A very interesting one is from Zhang Za, which is a neighboring child care center, literally adjacent to the
Sure.
property. And they have asked, including in one of our public meetings, that the developer reach
But
out
why
to
don't
them.
why don't we do this? You
Okay.
can raise that at the hearing.
Perfect.
The hearing should be, I guess, about 45 minutes, maybe? I think the hearing will be about
Thank you.
45
We
minutes,
look
okay?
forward to the opportunity
All
to
right, good.
discuss this more.
I'll see you in 45 minutes.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Meredith.
Right.
Bye.
That's it for continuances, right? We're going to go to our add-ons. Our first one will be handled by our vice chair.
Thank you, Chair. Add-ons, MI 2026-000214, 1946 North Grant Street. My vote is yes with proviso, maximum 4 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
My vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2, our board secretary will handle that.
Thank you, Chair. This is MI 2026-000204, 1931 North 18th Street. My vote is yes with proviso, maximum 4 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 3, MI 2026-000291, 4714 Griscom Street. I vote yes with proviso. Maximum 2 dwelling units. No household living in basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 4, MI 2025-007387, 147 West Luray Street. I vote yes with proviso, maximum 2 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number
Taya Nguyen-
5.
Oh,
Go on,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Taya.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 5, MI 2024-00387, 150 Champlos Avenue. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no.
Number 6, MI 2025-007-250, 3804 North 18th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Must obtain a certificate of occupancy.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
We're going to go to our regular list. We're going to go to number 5 first. MI 2025-005-400, 7789 Craig Street. Eric Sierra is the owner. There's a letter of non-opposition from the Civic Association, Holmberg Civic Association. Eric?
Hello?
Hi, Eric?
Yes,
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Eric Sierra, EricSierra.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Eric, could you please turn on your video?
yes. There you go.
Eric, our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good
Okay.
afternoon. Have you
Yeah.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
The application of this is for the erection of a rear detached accessory garage, which is not allowed.
Okay. But there was a detached accessory garage when I bought the property,
Right?
just making,
Sure, yeah, I got it. Yep.
yeah, I'm just making one more, usable for me and to utilize my driveway.
Okay, so why don't you start your presentation? Tell us what you want to do. And then we have all your documents. So what I would recommend you do is just show us photos and if you have drawings of what you're doing, okay?
Okay, so it's just a variance for the maximum setback. It was,
Yeah, we got it. Yep.
yeah, that's it. And let me see. So what can I share with you to begin?
Well, I think if you have drawings of it or photos, we have
Sure.
all your photos. I mean, all
Okay.
your documents.
Okay,
So do you have pictures of what you're doing?
yes, let me get into it now.
Sure, take your time. So that's you posted your property.
Yeah, that's the posting and, just to show you the entrance of the driveway with the vehicle in there. Next, I can get, no,
That's the driveway?
yeah, that's the driveway, yes. That's a picture there of the structure.
So you were building this and they stopped you?
Yes, yes.
Right. Okay, so what, just real quick, why don't you tell us what you were doing there?
Just building a garage for my cars. I have two older like classic cars. They're small Volkswagens. And just, a place where I could put them away from the street so I don't take up any parking and just utilize my garage. So I don't interrupt any.
Was there
any
a
of the
second
park-
floor to that?
No second floor. Just it's just one story garage, ground level. There's no water. There's no plumbing.
Show us a photo of that again.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like a A-frame.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You have any other
That's it.
photos?
Dude, I'm having a hard
Let me
time.
ask you,
now.
did an architect do a drawing for you for this?
Oh, yes, yes,
Did I see, why don't you show us the drawings?
sure.
Top file says plan, yeah.
There it goes.
Yeah, to the, behind, to the side, the driveway is there, see it? Okay. Okay. Questions from the board? Let me ask you this, does anyone else on the block have this? Their driveways on the
Um,
block?
No, I'm the only one with a driveway that pertains to the property.
Right.
Across the street, there is a driveway that is like a common driveway, common use
Right.
driveway for all the residents on that side of the block.
Right.
Um,
So
you know, where
you
the,
had this driveway, and at the end of it, you put up a garage to try to put the cars in.
yes, yep.
Okay. Questions from the board?
So the garage goes up against the rear property line, or is it a space after the garage?
They're all so they're all the rear yards of everyone else's properties. They don't have any structures. There's a Ford dealership that is right behind my property as well. And they have like a full building back there. Takes up half of that other side of the block, which is on Frankfurt Avenue. It's a Dunphy Ford dealership. And I think that's it though.
So there's nothing else behind you, like there's no other residents or whatever on the other side, or behind behind
No,
your
because on
house?
my side of the street is kind of like an awkward because there's only 3 houses on my side and a church. So mine faces the yards that run parallel from the opposite blocks. I don't know if I could like generate an idea of what that looks like. But yeah, only the yards.
Have you talked to your adjacent property owners as well as whoever owns the property that backs up to your property line?
Yeah, I did. I spoke to some of them. To be honest with you, most of them are rentals, so they don't have any problem with it because they don't own the property or anything like that. And then the people that do own that are long-term residents, I speak to them on a daily basis. We've talked about it. They were given an invitation to the DCO to the hearing, and I don't have any pushback or any negative. It doesn't affect them negatively in any way.
Is there a curb cut there?
Oh, yes. Yeah, the property came with a curb cut.
And is that how you are pulling the car up to the side of the property like we saw in one of the pictures? Is that?
Yes, yep, through the curb cut out.
Okay. And so then what you're gonna do is put this garage so that you won't have that access anymore, correct?
Yes, yep. Just to utilize that, because it has a full driveway. I didn't change anything other than that, just making the garage in the back bigger, because there was one there already when I purchased the home.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Is there an issue with a deed? Okay, okay, all right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience or this current audience here?
I do not see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMY BOYD.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 3 residential single family. The requested deviations from the dimensional standards are de minimis. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for setback and occupied area.
MI 2025-005, 47789 Craig Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
And my vote is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
MI 2025-004-471, 1401 66th Avenue.
Mr. Chair,
Take it. Yeah.
sorry, I just wanted to let you know, we just got a letter, from the RCO in that matter. They,
This matter?
so they are in support of a 1-year temporary variance for removal of the proviso.
This one here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's,
All right, thank you.
that was, just got that. Thank you.
I take it Andrea's not doing this case? Counsel, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Can't hear you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members.
Anybody want to get a little closer? You got all your stuff there.
Good afternoon, members
There you
of the
go.
board, Mr. Chairman. Brett Feldman, 1835 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19103, BRETT Feldman, FELDMAN.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, could you tell us, identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, I represent the owner, McDonald's corporate, the owner of this property.
Okay.
And with me also is the franchise operator of the McDonald's.
Right. Right.
as well.
And you just heard the results of the RCO hot from the press here, right?
I did.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
I don't know if it's come up yet. Share screen. There we go.
Probably coming back in soon.
Great. Great. Try that again.
Try that again. Do you have another device anywhere around you?
Yeah, I do have that. Okay, let's try that again. Thank you. So good afternoon again, Brett Feldman. Real proud to represent McDonald's corporate and on behalf of Alex Ortiz. He is the area construction manager for McDonald's. He might look familiar. He's been here on multiple other McDonald's locations in the last couple of years, as well as this location back in 2024 when we were proposing this location, which has now been constructed. I also have Daisy Maldonado, who is the Vice President of Operations for AJ Foods. AJ Foods is the franchise operator for McDonald's. I think it's about 80 or 90% of McDonald's are owned by franchise operators, not by corporate, by local companies based here in the Delaware Valley, and AJ Foods is one of those locations, and they operate this location. I passed up exhibits 1 through 15, which I'd ask be incorporated into the record. I'll get right to it.
Sure.
We were here back in 2024
Yep.
For this location, 1401 66th Avenue. It is on a heavy commercial strip of Broad Street at Old York Road and 66th Avenue. Let me just go to those pages here. It's zone CMX 2.5, and it's right next to the diner that used to be there across the street. Here's just kind of orient you, right next to Dunkin' Donuts, right next to a self-storage facility across, there's multiple auto repair facilities, a CVS across the street. And at that time, the application was, this had been a Pizza Hut that ultimately closed. It had been a Boston Market that had closed. And by the time McDonald's looked to redevelop this for its latest prototype, state-of-the-art prototype, it really had become a really negative on the community. There was trash strewn. There was people who had got into the former Boston Market. We had to close it up. There was fires. And the proposal, as we came into the board back in 2024, was a massive increase in landscaping here. Use McDonald's most up-to-date prototype drive-through with a interior area or a place to.
When you move like that, you're getting away from the mic.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I just
Try to stay with the mic.
lose you here. Hold on one second. There you go. And what we proposed was, as you'll see right here, we came in, proposed all this new landscaping, new prototype location, a tremendous amount of cameras and security, state-of-the-art lighting. And this is what we looked at here, and what you saw, what you approved. There was some skepticism from the community just because of the past operations here. And at that time, we agreed to some limited hours on the interior operation of the restaurant, that we would not have the interior operate after 10 o'clock during the week and 11 o'clock on the weekends. And we also agreed that we would not, that the drive-through would close at 2 and then would reopen at 5. So 21 hours on the drive-through. And that was, McDonald's was very sensitive to making sure that we worked with the community. We made it clear at that time that we would operate, we would do our best, we would try to live up to all those expectations and goals that we set for ourselves, and then we would revisit the application once we started operating and saw what the demand was. And that's really what we're here today for. We have, I think it's, without a doubt, we have lived up to everything we said that this was going to be. We added a tremendous amount of landscaping, beautiful store, cameras, lighting. We hired from the neighborhood. We did everything that we said we were going to do. And here's just some pictures from our grand opening when we actually had the district council person there. You could see it almost looks like a park at this corner now, which was completely different than what was there before. And what we've learned, I'm just going through, these are in the fall when the trees were still hadn't, where the leaves had fallen, but it was really a huge upgrade there. Here's the picture from the grand opening with the councilman. And what we're asking for now is not to change those interior hours. We would still close at 10. We would still close at 11, Monday through Thursday, or 11 on Friday to Sunday. But the hours of operation on the drive-through, instead of ending at 2 a.m., we would just stay open 24 hours on this drive-through here. As we've learned, there's a tremendous amount of demand on this corridor from shift workers, folks in the hospitals. We've learned that that demand we can operate, and we can do it in a safe manner. AJ Foods has Daisy, how many locations does AJ Foods have? Yeah.
Total 31.
31, including in Philadelphia, they have 5 locations. Here's 4 of the locations that all operate with 24 hours without incident, that have been run very well. And we know that we can do this. We have been doing it at this location. We haven't had any issues with police there or crime at this location. And the biggest challenge we're facing there is we now have employees who the drive-through closes at 2 a.m. We clean up. Then the next shift comes in at 4:30 or 5 to continue to then operate the store. So we're sending our employees out, at night. It would be much safer for us from an employee to be able to keep them there throughout that shift. And that's part of what we're looking to do here. We've spoken with the community. There was an initial letter of I think the first vote was, it was almost split. It was like 8-10. And what we were told, and there's another letter that just came in, I think, which said the vote was 10-11. What we basically were told was, hey, you guys exceeded expectations. It looks better. You hired from the neighborhood. The cameras are, work. You spent the money on that. We're just concerned about the future. Are you going to really continue to live up to, the high standard that you've set? So what we're proposing would be a 5-year. We would come back again in 5 years. AJ Foods and Daisy's company would continue to live up to these expectations. We know that we've got that 5-year on us, and then we would come back. I think the letter that we just received from the community was a 1 year with support for a 1 year. Problem with the 1 year is we basically have to file the application tomorrow to come back in on the 1 year. So we don't really have a disagreement now about how well we've operated there. And that's kind of where we are. Daisy, I could go to witnesses if you would like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Who do you want first?
Yeah. Daisy, can you give the board your name?
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Daisy Maldonado, Daysy.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yes. And what is your role with AJ Foods, that is the franchise operator for this location?
I am the VP of operations for the franchisee.
And with regards to this location, what is your responsibility?
I make sure that, the employees are safe, not only the employees, but also the customers. Definitely, that's the top priority, and also making sure that we feel part of the community as well.
Great. And just briefly, I mentioned the cameras that you installed, the lighting, all those, safety training. Can you just briefly describe, how the location operates?
Of course, we have about like 36 or 38 channels located in the entire restaurant. It's not just inside, but it's outside, covers the entire property. We have safety training going on as an ongoing basis for our employees, how to de-escalate issues. And also we have created a good relationship with police officers as well in the area. As of right now, we haven't had any incidents, and we will look to continue that way.
Yeah. And just briefly, why are you here today to try to expand the hours from 2 a.m. on the drive-through to 5 a.m.?
So a couple of things I will say is that, number one, safety of our employees. I wouldn't want my people to be leaving the restaurant at 2:30 in the morning. But number two, also, it's a way to offer another choice to the people that work overnights, and whether going for a long shift or coming back from a long shift is something to be available for them.
Great. All right. Is there anything further that you wanted to add today?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
No.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question for the drive-through. If it stays open 24 hours, are individuals allowed to go through the drive-through, get their food, and park in the parking lot and eat?
Yes. However, as you could see in the picture, we have limited parking spots there.
Yeah, there's only a couple parking spaces that we have here currently. Most of the business at this location is drive-through. So we have not had any issues right now so far with people loitering at the restaurant. Most of the business is folks coming through. There's a tremendous amount of Uber Eats who are servicing, the community and also some of the other businesses there. So it hasn't been an issue. And that's also why we have the cameras who have been operating there.
Yeah, that was kind of along the lines of my question, like what kind of assurances? Because I think the community's concern is that it's going to be a hangout. And like what other assurances can you give the neighborhood that after 2, there would be, wouldn't be a hangout, whether it's signage, no loitering or whatever.
Yeah.
Or a monitoring other than cameras.
Yeah, what we've actually found is when we're open in the restaurant, there's eyes on the property. And it's actually much better to have the restaurant lit, employees inside, We monitor the cameras remotely, but we've got folks who are monitoring the cameras right as it's open. And it's almost counterintuitive that we don't have, this isn't a big parking field. I mean, some of the restaurants you see 30, 40, 50 spaces. This is, I think there's 6 or 7 spaces out there. They're very tight with the restaurant. But it's been operating, we have eyes right there, employees right there. And if there's, any issues, we're right there versus, people coming in when we're closed. So it's been counterintuitive. It's better that we're open versus not open. And that was what the community said that too. It was, I was expecting we go to a meeting and people like, oh, well, I know there was this issue. There hasn't been. And at the same time, I understand, hey, there's always the future. And that's why, we got into this discussion with the community. We've had, I think, 3 meetings now with the community about some different options on a temporary. And McDonald's has been tremendously supportive of this at the corporate level and at the local level to say, hey, we're going to continue to, have that condition on us, that we've got to prove every day that we'll continue to operate this store. And that's why we're fine with, that 5-year temporary. Well, not fine, but it's we're trying to work with the community. That's really what we've been doing here. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not a question, but just, I would just ask the board if we could hold this under advisement, because I do want to look at, depending on what the board's decision is, the provisos that have been requested both by the RCO and by the applicant. So.
Okay, yep. Questions or comments from the virtual audience or this audience here?
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up from Weymouth Cargill. I will promote them and they should be back in shortly.
Hello?
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Weymouth Cargill, 10th Ward President of the RCO.
Okay, could you spell your name for the court?
Waymith. Last name is Cargill, Cargill.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay. The conversation here is somewhat of an untruth as far as our community. Our conversation is about the community. We had the meeting, the RCO meeting with the community present, and the conversation came down to providing security due to the fact that a possibility of loitering, younger kids gathering and causing all kind of havoc if possible. And the response was they don't think it's necessary to have security on property, which is I can't see that happening or not happening if this is supposed to happen. And we also submitted a letter regarding not a 5-year, but a 1-year proviso, and come back to the table to more or less discuss that. We do not want a 24 hours because, again, I was just up there a couple of days ago, and the kids were sitting on the cars in that said parking lot that he just mentioned, just sitting on the cars, eating their McDonald's food. And that is going to lead to loitering. It's going to lead to mischievous behavior. And that's something that we don't want in our community. Simple as that. And again, we submitted the letter. And what is being done now, these gentlemen and lady are more or less padding the situation for their betterment, not the betterment of our community. And that is why we do what we do as an RCO for the community. And sir, we would appreciate it if you would look into this on our side of the fence, because this is an issue that is going to explode as the weather heightens and as the folks are starting to gather. Simple as that. And we do not want this to be an explosive matter 2 months down the road. And the fact that they've been operating less than a year and not believing that security is necessary is beyond me. So at this time,
All right.
thank you so much.
Thank you. No, hold on one minute. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Cargill, I would just say, we just received the letter, I think 10 minutes ago, so I don't know specifically what's in there. But my understanding was it was a 1-year temporary on the expansion of the drive-through hours, which is what the whole case was about. So.
And also security. Some security has to be on the property to monitor the loitering, to let the folks know that it's a drive-through. You come in, you drive through, you get your food, and you move on.
Alex, did you want to add anything to
And
Oh,
hello?
you have not been sworn yet, have you?
I have not.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, Alexander Ortiz, AlexanderOrtiz.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Please proceed.
Yes, so what we wanted to do is to sort of address the security question. We do firmly believe that our stance is that because of the experience that AJ Foods has in the area, 31 restaurants, 5 in Philadelphia, 1 at Lehigh Avenue, 1 at Grays Ferry Avenue. We've got this one here at 66th. They're working on another one here on Chestnut Street and 16th. They've got tons of experience with understanding when is the appropriate time to consider security, but their team has been properly trained to address those issues up front. So I just want to, we don't default to bringing security in because, listen, who can run a business where you have security running late hours of the day? This is one of those things where you operate it. If you see any signs of any issues, then you make adjustments, but we haven't here in the past 8 months. And in their experience at Lehigh Avenue, Grays Ferry, we've also had very few issues. So
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience has issues with this or questions?
Vice Chair, I have a hand up from Ms. Kimberly Brown West. I will go ahead and promote them. They should be back in shortly.
Did you go with that? Yeah. You can say it after.
All right. Do we see her? Is she on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Kimberly West Brown. So that's Kimberly. Last name West, WEST -Brown, BROWN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I am the ward chair of our RCO. Our ward leader, Weymouth, just spoke. The only thing that I wanted to add is that during the presentation, it was stated that there are limited parking spaces. There are 7 in the front. However, there are parking spaces on the other side. There are probably about 5 or 6 parking spaces over there. So there are spaces there to loiter as well. Basically, our meeting that we had with McDonald's, we just wanted to express a lot of the security concerns, which are laid out in that letter that we sent. The original proposal of the 5 years was voted against 10-11. However, before we even got to the vote, we did speak with Andrea and Chris, I believe, was in that meeting, and said that all he wants to do is work with the community. And if it even came down to us having us look at this in a year from now, we could. So instead of the 5-year, we would try a 1-year trial period, come back and meet again, and then we would revisit to see how things went for that year.
Okay.
And that was kind of what we agreed to, where we were in support of what their proposal is and having the extended drive-through hours from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. When we talked about security, they did agree to having security hired as well. And they also talked about their training protocols for their employees as far as how do you deal with escalated situations with customers. The other thing that was concerned along the lines of security was them speaking and having a conversation with the police department and getting them on the police's roll call so the police could kind of do a check, especially during the after hours, to make sure that things were okay. So
Okay.
that is what the proviso is. That is what we all agreed to in that meeting, and to revisit everything after the first year.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we would be willing, I just spoke with Daisy, who is the franchise operator. We would be willing to have security for that additional period from the 2 to 5.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're going to leave it up to the board.
Yep.
1 year,
Okay,
5 years.
just hold on. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. Planning Commission will not be making statements on removal of proviso requests.
What's that again?
We have no statements.
Okay, all right, good. We're going to hold a vote on this 2 weeks, Hillary, when we come back. 2 weeks. We'll vote that Wednesday, 2 p.m. We'll take it into consideration and we'll weigh everything and we'll see where we stand.
And we just wanted to also thank the community. We've had meetings after meetings with this. So I think you can hear it's been a positive conversation. We're trying to, that's how they want to handle this.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
So thank you very much.
Bye. Eight? That's hers, right? What number? What's the other? Tell me the number right here. Number 10. Number 10, MI 2026 000352 1418 Walnut Street. Attorney is Ronald Patterson. There's a letter of non-opposition from the Center City Residents Association. Counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, I can. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ronald Patterson, Patterson, with Claire Harrison Law Firm, 1835 Market Street.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client or relationship to the property?
Sure. There's 2 properties involved because it's a unity of use, but that's a by right application request. But the 2 properties are the Bellevue, which is 200 South Broad Street, is owned by an LLC called 200 South Broad Property Owner LLC. And we're here today for 1418 Walnut Street, which is owned by 1418 Walnut Landowner LLC. Pretty simple names, but it's all under the Lubert Adler Group.
Yep.
And hard to say, but if you want to see the flow chart
No, that's
to
okay.
prove that they're all,
Our vice chair will handle that.
I figured.
Not at all. Good
you.
afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Patterson, I just want to note for the record, because I did see your email about the address. They had the wrong address in the refusal.
It says 220, yes.
Yeah, so, and it looks like that's how, it was input into Eclipse.
Oh,
When
really?
you Go back to, so when you go back to L&I, if this is approved, make sure that
Okay.
that is all updated.
Yeah, that's the sporting club, 220, the garage.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So I just wanted to let you know that there does appear to be a mistake on there.
Okay,
But
thank
we
you.
can't fix that. So
I understand.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if I may, so this regards 1418 Walnut Street. The picture you see here is Walnut Street and Broad Street. The building here with the blue arrow is the former building that housed Tiffany's. It's connected to the Bellevue There's wall breaches. It's always operated as if it were one property, although there are two legal addresses. And by this application, as I mentioned, then the application was for a unity of use. So there's really two parts to this application. The first part, again, is to have it be considered as one lot per the zoning code. And that's because combining the properties allows you to accumulate a FAR, floor area ratio, in case we would exceed that, which we don't. Here's another picture for Walnut Street. So the Bellevue has been undergoing massive and complete renovations, conversion to a hotel, conversions of residential apartment units, the conversion of the grand ballroom. The lower floor in the lobby has two lobbies, one for residential, one for hotel. And there's a few restaurants that are coming soon. On the first floor, what we're here for is called the bathhouse use. And if you remember the food court, this use is occupying, call it a lobby area on the first floor, the entire lower level where the food court was, and then a sub level. Total is about 30,000 square feet, but more on the bathhouse later. Let's go through these photos. This way. So this is the sub basement, and Jason's here. He's going to talk about the bathhouse use. So the application here is regarding the bathhouse. So we have a by right permit for the bathhouse use in the Bellevue portion under personal services. And so what we're desiring to do today is use the roof deck atop the former Tiffany building as an auxiliary and a passive amenity to the bathhouse. And so the reason why we're here is because a use of a roof deck throughout the city for anything other than a residential use requires a special exception. So that's why we're here. The zoning is in CMX 5, and as I mentioned about the roof deck. And so it will be operated by the same entity, both in the Bellevue and on top of 1418. We believe, again, it'll be a quiet, passive amenity. So Jason, if you could introduce yourself to the
Jason,
board.
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sorry, Jordan. I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. I have a brother, Justin.
Yeah.
That's my life.
Right, go ahead.
Jordan, Jordan, Hummel, Hummel.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
You've heard my presentation. Do you agree it's true and accurate so far?
Yes,
And would
I
you
do.
adopt this if you were your own?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so could you tell us, we'll give you a 2-minute corporate pitch of what the bathhouse is?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Jordan Hummel, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate at Bathhouse. We operate wellness-focused bathhouse facilities with 3 locations currently operational in New York and have additional locations underway in Chicago, Los Angeles, Nashville, Minneapolis, and of course here in Philadelphia. Bathhouses are 5,000-year-old concepts. We are a modern take on old world Russian and Turkish bathing and thermal spa practices, but with contemporary design and hospitality. Guests can enjoy hot and cold pools, saunas, steam rooms, and treatments alongside elevated food and beverage offerings, all in a thoughtfully designed communal environment. We're both a restorative escape and a social experience accessible through day passes and memberships. We've secured, as Ron mentioned, 30,000 square feet of interior space at the Bellevue for our core use, which includes thermal bathing and contrast therapy, again, saunas, steam rooms, cold plunges, and spa treatments. In addition to the interior program, we're seeking a special exception for roughly 3,500 square feet of roof deck. I want to be clear that this is intended as a quiet and passive amenity, more akin to a relaxation space than an active or nightlife-oriented use. Our music is ambient, not amplified, and we're being very thoughtful about hours, visibility, and how it interacts with neighboring properties.
So Jordan, if I may, and if you look on the screen, so this is a view of the deck, of the roof, which is not a deck yet. And it's bounded by 2 buildings, one on each side. One is the Bellevue, and the other building is vacant, but it's owned by the Luberdato Group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so one of the frontages is facing Walnut Street, the other is facing the Chancellor Street Garage, correct? Okay. Let me find this, okay. So this is a rendering of what we're proposing here?
That's right.
Want to
That's right.
describe what would happen on the deck here?
Certainly. So it's an extension again of our interior programming. Here you can see basically a conversation area, as well as in another photo, you'll see that we will have one pool on the deck as well.
And is that the pool?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there live bands, dancing, music?
There is not.
And what would be the days and hours of operation?
8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So is this, you'd have to be a patron of the bathhouse to use the deck, is that correct?
Yes, by purchasing a day pass at Bathhouse, you get use of interior and exterior space. It's all included in the same.
So it's only accessible through the spa?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. I have one more question for our architect.
Sure.
Good, George.
If you could get close to the mic, pull the mic right up to you. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Luke Sinopoli, Luke.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Luke, you've heard my presentation so far. Would you agree it's true and accurate?
Yes.
And you would adopt as if it were your own?
Yes.
You're familiar with the plans?
I am.
You helped draw them or prepare them? Okay.
Correct.
I just wanted to touch on, there's something was raised in the community meeting about the safety of patrons along the front of Walnut Street and how we comply with the code being set back 5 feet and a buffer before the guardrail. Could you explain what's happening here on this photograph or the rendering?
That's correct. What you see here in the illustration is a guardrail as well as a tall planter. Each of them no less than 42 inches per minimum code, and they are also set back 5 feet from the extreme face of building along the right of way per code in the city.
And that's the same way on the Chancellor Street side as well?
On the Chancellor Street side, we actually have a full wall, which is about 10 feet tall.
Okay.
More for screening, but provides the same effect.
I have no further questions.
Questions from the board?
Yes, what's the hours of operation?
Jordan?
Our hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. On the rooftop, it would just be from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Other questions?
Yeah, so what space was this? Was this where Zanzibar Blue was, or is that There was-
The deck space or the bathhouse
the
itself?
bathhouse?
It's on where the food court was?
No, she's
Okay.
saying, is this where the Zanzibar Blue?
It's not on the Zanzibar Blue side, it's the other side where the food court was. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember where the Zanzibar
the-
bar was.
Okay, because it was off of, like Broad Street.
Oh, are you asking that there's an entrance through Broad Street that
Yeah.
way?
Mm-hmm.
That entrance is closed now, right? On Broad Street? Yeah.
Because you said it was a subspace. and
Yeah,
I
so when
was
you used to
trying
go on the first floor and go down the escalator and it was the large food court
Right,
there?
you had the food court
the-
there?
the
Is that
whole
where it
food
is?
court and the-
Because I thought there was a spa and something
There
else.
was a spa in the corner, you're
Okay.
correct. But that, the floor has been completely demolished and renovated.
Okay, great.
So,
And then, how much square footage is it gonna be for this bathhouse? And is it like a spa? Is it like a?
so maybe we explain more, move up, please.
I mean, you're
Jordan-
trying to
yeah,
explain.
yeah, Yeah, Jordan, so it's 30,000 square feet. And
Why don't you
the-
get closer to the mic too when you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. sir.
And the amenities include sauna, the waiting pools, if you want to describe that.
Yeah, it's what's called contrast therapy. So steam rooms, saunas, cold plunges, hot pools, etc. We do offer massage treatments as well.
Okay, all right.
So it's I guess like a spa. The founders of our company don't like to call it a spa, but it's like a spa, but more of a social atmosphere. So our saunas, for instance, fit you know, 50 people, whereas some saunas might be only 8 to 10. So it's a larger scale.
And you mentioned a day pass, so it's not like you go in for a facial and leave. It's more like an experience. Is that what you're going for?
That's correct. Guests aren't limited in the hours that they can enjoy. So some guests come in the morning before work and after the gym and spend an hour, and other guests come maybe as a special occasion and spend 4 or 5 hours or an afternoon.
And are you having any food?
That's
We
that
do-
was my next question.
Okay, yeah, we have prepared food. So food is a very, very small portion, I would say, of our business, but we do offer prepared food on site.
Okay. And is there like cooking with this food, or how is that going to work?
Historically, it's been just prepared food, so we bring it from offsite to ours. I
Okay.
think we do have the ability to prepare food, but for the most part, again, restaurant is not our business. It's a very small portion of our business. We really have it just as a amenity for our guests.
Okay. And then the deck, how is that? I mean, you're going from this bottom level where the, what do you call it,
Bathhouse, yes.
So how are we getting
There's an
to
elevator. They're both elevators and stairs, but there's an elevator from directly from our space up to that roof, which is on the 3rd floor.
So again, the building is connected, so when you're inside the space, you have no idea that you're walking into 1418. It's completely an open span. So when you're on the lower level, you walk towards, we'll call it to the north, and there'll be an elevator there that'll take you right up to the roof deck.
Okay. And then you have like a check-in and all this kind of thing?
Yes, that's correct. There's a lobby or reception on Walnut, and the photo that was shown is where that check-in will be.
Uh-huh. Lockers and what have you, I
Lockers,
guess?
yes, separate men's and women's locker rooms.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions?
Yep, real quick. So the deck is intended to be used year round, or it's just seasonal?
Year round.
So, but there's no proposed covering?
There will not be covering, but we'll have heated pavers, which we have at all of our other facilities as well.
All right, thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
If I may, should I summarize?
Sure.
Okay. So we're asking for a special exception. Again, as this is a passive use, we believe it will create no adverse or detrimental impacts to the public health, safety, welfare, or traffic. No sounds will be heard beyond the property line. It's again open to Walnut Street and Chancellor Street, and we believe it will cause no greater impacts than would be expected from permitted use on the roof deck, which will be a residential roof deck. Thank you.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the current CMX 5 commercial mixed-use zoning. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not have detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for non-residential roof deck.
MI 2026-000-352-1418 Walnut Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the accommodation.
Thank you very much.
Eight, right? MI 2025-007-735, 2313 North 11th Street. Meredith Furliger is the attorney. Which one is this? 2313 North 13th Street. 11th, okay, I'm sorry. Counsel, could you please, I swore you in already. Just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is 231511 LLC, and that entity is represented today by Dennis Schifrin.
There's a recommendation of support from the 37th Ward RCO.
Thank you.
Our Vice Chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen, proceed with the case.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the property before you today is 2315 North 11th Street in North Philadelphia. Just by way of background, the board did grant recently similar relief just 2 lots away from this. However, this development is admittedly a little bit larger, so I will walk you through everything in detail. The exhibit packet includes 17 exhibits, including an overwhelming vote of support from the 37th Ward at Exhibit 17. Tax clearance is included at Exhibit 2, and the deed showing my client's ownership is at Exhibit 3. Before I introduce the neighborhood and the project, I thought I would start first with a rendering of this project, just so the board can get an early visual here of the project that we're going to be presenting today. As my client will share towards the end of the presentation, the aesthetics of this building are directly responsive to the history of the property. As you can see here, the proposal is for a new 4-story building with 20 dwelling units and further utilizes the mixed income housing bonus to restrict 2 of those units as affordable. Now, stepping back for a moment, the zoning map is shown up on the screen at Exhibit 5. As you can see here, this area is a mix of RM1 and CMX2 zoning, although here the CMX2 zoning is relatively incomplete, occupying only a portion of a few blocks on North 11th Street. If you scan over to North 10th Street to the right of the screen, you will see a similar several block radius of CMX2 zoning, for which this board recently granted variances to accommodate an exclusively residential PHA project. And then across the street in the other direction, across 11th Street, you can see is predominantly zoned RM1, CMX2, and then there's a large swath that's zoned I2. This particular property sits at the corner of North 11th Street and West Dakota Street. I did also include aerial views of the property in the area at Exhibit 8. Looking from the east, the board can see here that the only active commercial use really in this entire area is the church that's directly across West Dakota Street from this property. Directly across the street, that large industrially zoned parcel that you saw a moment ago is a large-scale community garden that abuts the SEPTA regional rail lines directly behind it. Because of the trees in the aerial, I believe that the street level images here give you a little bit better context to the area. So I'm going to show you some of those photographs that are at Exhibit 9. The first photograph I have here shows you the property from North 11th Street, which you'll see here is in a fairly dilapidated state, with the last use being some form of an automotive use, having ceased really some time ago at this point. I did also separately include the permitting history for the property at Exhibit 14, if the board has any interest, showing that the property has received many variances dating all the way back to 1955, predominantly, as I said, to support automotive uses such as assembling and bonding of brakes and general auto body and fender repair. Flipping in the opposite direction, you'll again see that community garden that I mentioned a moment ago. And then looking south along North 11th Street, you'll see here again that this street is devoid of any active commercial use whatsoever, really devoid of any active use altogether. The next adjacent property along North 11th Street is a privately owned lot, and then next to that at 2309 is land bank owned, And then next to that at 2307 is a soon-to-be developed lot that this board recently saw, I believe just maybe a month or two ago. And then again, flipping in the opposite direction here, again, you can see the lack of dominant commercial uses except for that church next door. And you can see the PHA towers off in the distance just to better orient you to this area. And then again, just moving further in that direction north, there's the church and otherwise exclusively residential uses. In this next view from West Dakota Street, which is that intersecting corner street, you'll see the side of the building here that is proposed to be demolished. And then you can see that very popular community garden off in the distance here. And then finally, this final view shows, again, the exclusively residential nature of this area once you really get past the church to the left, and then this particular formerly automotive property on the right here. And then, as always, I did include our timely posting. At Exhibit 10, we have the zoning site plans, and we do also have renderings, elevations, floor plans at Exhibits 11 and 12. I will summarize, and then I can call on our architects from Design Blends who should be on the line if the board has any additional detail questions. So just in terms of the orientation of the zoning plan here, again, you can see it's oriented. North 11th Street is to the left here, and West Dakota Street is up at the top. This proposal is for a new 4-story multifamily building with 20 residential units. All of the existing curb cuts that surround the site will be filled in and restored to clean paving. The building itself is detached with an 11-foot rear yard along Dakota Street and then a 5-foot side yard perpendicular to North 11th Street. And I'm just indicating that location with my cursor. I will bring up the floor plans to show you in more detail. But on the right-hand side, you can see a layout of the general ground floor layout here, which has a lobby and mail space directly to the left here, and then a trash storage room that can be directly accessed in the building here. This building will have an elevator, which allows for the building to be entirely Type B accessible throughout. In terms of the renderings at Exhibit 11, the building itself is a mix of brick at the ground floor with metal siding and architectural embellishments surrounding the building. And the color here is important just in terms of trying to bring in some of the history of this building. Because of the setbacks that I pointed out earlier, all sides of this building will be able to have windows. And then on the floor plans at Exhibit 12, this again gives you a little bit better detail in terms of the ground floor design. So the building overall has 6 different one-bedroom unit types, which range in size and layout, generally from 486 square feet to 710 square feet, with most of them falling between 500 and 600 square feet. The building has a front and a back staircase, as well as an elevator towards the front of the building. There is a basement proposed for this building, but that will, as I'm showing on the screen here, only contain mechanicals and utilities, as well as a designated bike storage area. Because the elevator goes all the way down to the basement, this provides efficient access to that bike storage area as well. And then, like I mentioned, our architect is on the line as well, and he can walk you through any additional details that the board requires. In terms of the refusal itself, the refusal shows that 2 variances are needed for this particular proposal. First, even with the inclusion of the mixed income housing bonus, the maximum unit density for this lot is 13 units, where 20 are proposed. Second, CMX2 requires a non-residential use along the ground floor, where none is proposed. In terms of the ground floor non-residential space, There are a multitude of hardships that support the board's grant of relief. In no particular order, as I mentioned, the board did just grant earlier this year identical hardship relief at 2307 North 11th Street, clearly establishing that this board has already concluded that it would be a hardship to institute a non-residential use along the ground floor, given the context of this particular block. I did include that variance history here at Exhibit 7. Likewise, as the board saw in the earlier photographs, this block and the general area is devoid of traditional CMX2 ground floor uses and does not yet have the density that would be necessary to support those types of smaller commercial uses that are often intended for pedestrian-oriented traffic. With the exclusively residential PHA development just a block over, this area has been steadily transitioning to a predominantly multifamily residential neighborhood. This is further supported by numerous maps that the city maintains that I've included at Exhibit 6. Very briefly, the first map here is the commercial corridor map, showing that this particular block is not within a commercial corridor and sits many blocks from either the North Broad or Germantown Avenue corridors shown on the map. The city also maintains a map of business licenses, and you can see that there are essentially no record of business licenses here, except for a daycare a couple blocks away. Piling on, the land use map here is also illustrative, showing a nearly complete devoid of red commercial uses, except for this property, which happens to be mislabeled since it has been vacant for many, many years. And in fact, the only history of this property was for traditional industrial use, not commercial. Otherwise, the property is surrounded by either vacant land or other residential uses. And then again, the next map further shows the proliferation of vacancy in the area, further supporting the hardship and establishing a viable commercial use. And then finally, I did also include a map showing new construction in the area since 2020, which again is exclusively residential, showing that there is clearly an established hardship that does not support the CMX2 required non-residential ground floor use. In terms of the density, as the board has seen today, this is a meticulously designed building that includes the somewhat rare investment into an elevator that would not be required or necessary with a lower density. The elevator itself will support the availability of additional accessibility into the building, which happened to be a hugely favored feature of the building among community members. Although the area surrounding the property has seen significant multifamily development, there have been very few buildings that would trigger the investment into an elevator. Furthermore, the area surrounding this property still suffers from economic distress, but is steadily improving as more and more investment is made. The development will significantly activate the corner, which is especially critical with the well-loved garden across the street. The additional units in the building not only do not cause a reduction in the quality of the proposed units, but also allow for the inclusion of 2 required affordable units at the low income level. That will create 2 deed-restricted affordable units to supplement the significant affordable developments that are occurring just a block over by PHA. I will spare the board the analysis unless necessary, but in my memo of law, I do provide a few examples of variances the board granted in the area that allowed for more density than the code would allow, with densities ranging per square foot from 187 per unit to 286 square feet per unit for some of the larger projects in the area. In this case, the proposed density equates to 226 square feet per unit, which is entirely consistent with similarly dense projects. As a reminder, the board did grant a variance just 2 doors down, which not only eliminated the commercial space, but did also approve an increase in allowable density, which is reasonably comparable to the one proposed here on a bigger lot. Given all of the evidence we've presented, we submit that the variances represent the least minimum request for relief. And in addition, as further outlined in the memo of law at Exhibit 13, the proposal will not increase congestion, harm neighbors' properties, or impair light and air. No dimensional relief is needed for this particular proposal. I'd be happy to go into more detail on any of these points and would ask at this point to have my client unmuted for 2 quick questions.
Sure.
So if the administrator could look for Dennis Schifrin.
Hello,
Hi, Dennis, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Dennis Schifrin, Dennis, last name Shifrin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Dennis, you are authorized to speak on behalf of 231511 LLC, correct?
Yes.
And can you just, in a sentence or two, explain to the board the actual aesthetic inspiration that came into this building?
Yeah, so the building was part of the garden, the founding of the garden. We have spoken on numerous occasions with the members and the leadership of the garden. As you guys saw when looking at the existing structure, there was a components of red in the fence and in the building itself. This was one of the things that we kind of wanted to carry over as well. There was a sentiment from the garden that they wanted to retain some of that color because originally I think the garden was actually founded and some of the organization in its early days was held in this building. So having that color meant something to the garden across the street.
And then just very briefly, can you just explain to the board how you intend to manage the property, including, importantly, how trash would be removed from this building?
Yes, Meredith. So as I'm speaking right now, my business office is located 2 blocks away from the property. I'm currently speaking walking distance from the property. We do have several buildings in the area. I do personally manage the property. So we do have some staff that is responsible for cleaning up the sidewalk of this building. I know that also the folks from the garden have also reached out about engaging in terms of maintenance and of the building once it's constructed. So that's something we would want to explore. But as far as the trash, Meredith, I don't know if you could pull up the plans. We do have a dedicated trash room, and we would be hiring a commercial trash removing company to ensure that trash is removed by them.
And Dennis, have you heard all of the additional testimony and evidence that I presented in front of the board today?
I have.
And do you agree that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it to the board yourself? Was that a yes? We didn't hear you.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I would, yes.
Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
What's the unit mix?
The unit mix, it's all 1-bedrooms, and then there are a couple 1-bedrooms with dens. So they are essentially just a variety of different layouts for 1-bedroom units.
And are there trash chutes on the upper floors? Because I don't see access to the trash room from this
There's
first
no
floor, from the
current
inside of
trash.
the building.
There's no current trash chutes. We've been exploring. So I don't know, Meredith, I apologize. I don't know if you have all the floors with you. So the impact of the trash chutes would diminish the dens on the upper floors. So it is something we're open to consider. And it's something we've been having a conversation about. So it's definitely being explored.
Yeah, because I mean, the way you have it laid out now, if folks are taking their trash, they have to come out the building, out the front or out the back, and walk around the corner and go into the trash room, because there's only access to the trash room from the outside.
Yeah, it is
Right.
something that, if the board would like, I could bring on the architects. That is something that, we had actually discussed in advance of this hearing. I know they are looking into exploring the options, including potentially a trash chute, or allowing for access within the building itself. So, I mean, again, the building itself this is a very large trash room in comparison to many others. So there is ample space here to accommodate a more efficient way to have tenants deliver the trash into the trash room. And the trash chute is one of those options that they're exploring.
Other questions?
And what about what about out storage for the units? Is there additional storage for the units in the basement, or is it just what they have in terms of closets in the units? Just the bike storage.
Yeah, we proposed it as a bike storage, but we could definitely consider this as an alternative for additional storage.
Yeah, I think just based on the amount of space that's available, it's likely, Dennis, can you confirm this is probably more space than you would need dedicated to the utilities, and that there would likely be more than sufficient space to also accommodate tenant storage down here?
That is correct. So the company that I run in the area is a plumbing company. I think that looking at that water utility and electrical room, there's definitely room for us to maneuver and add additional storage. Everything but the Pico Volt and the elevator is up for additional review.
Questions?
Do we have washers and dryers in these units?
We-
or-
Each
Yes.
each come with a washer and dryer. Yes.
Okay, all right.
I
Thank
just,
you.
a real quick question, just about the density. I know that there's a bonus for the affordable housing.
Yep.
But just justifying a particular hardship, whatever, for the density of the up to 20 units.
Yeah, so again, I mean, there's a couple of things. So first of all, as this board has seen, there is a precedent in this area for supporting additional density. And just in comparison to some of the other requests, the one that I included in the exhibits is 2 doors down, but there have been other similar requests in front of this board. So we were able to compare the density that's proposed here to the density that was approved for some other similar projects. And on a lot square footage per unit, this falls right in the middle. But just logistically speaking here, again, this is a large building. The elevator is, again, it's a significant investment that is triggered by additional density, but is also something that provides a real benefit, particularly in an area where most projects are smaller and don't have the need for that kind of an investment. So again, it's really just a combination of the building itself supports the number of units. It is, as you can see here, on the 2nd through 4th floors here, it's 5 units per floor. And it is a corner property here with windows on all sides. So there's really a combination of, just general context, density in the area, really trying to bring some additional density back to this area, the building layout itself, and then, of course, again, trying to provide some of that additional Type B accessibility, which was something that the RCO was really, really happy to see.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the audience? Come on up. We're going to testify one at a time? All right, who wants to go first? Sure. Take a seat, please. And if you would, get close to the microphone so everybody can hear you. Pardon me?
I'm going to open my phone, so I have some notes pulled up as well.
Or could you turn on the mic, please?
Is
That's
this
it.
better?
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Elizabeth Okero, Elizabeth. Last name Okero, Okero.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am a neighbor, not adjacent to this community, but I do live a few blocks from where this property will be. And I'm also the executive director of the nonprofit organization directly across the farm that was referred to as a community garden.
Yep. So why
on
don't you
this
start your
property.
testimony?
Yes, thank you so much all for hearing us today. And I just want to say I'm joined by two of our neighbors on Dakota Street, which is the street that this will be cornering on 11th Street. Since this property was first acquired, it has sat vacant for a very long time. It's caused a lot of issues for the homeowners on that street, from things overgrowing, growing into their yards, difficulty communicating with the property owners. I do know Dennis. I've been in communication with him. He bought this property from the family of someone who helped found the farm. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was like a good thing when it happened. It happened very quickly. It sold kind of under the feet of the previous person who was living there, although it was owned by his family. So I just want to state that for the record. And also that some of the largest concerns that we have, for me, number one, is that there are 5 generations of family. So Miss Teresa, who will speak after me, she is a 5th generation of the Jordan family who's been living on Dakota Street, and they're all homeowners. And that's a really important thing when we think about our community members, our Black homeowners in Philadelphia, in North Philadelphia. I think it's important when we're thinking about making community connections, if we're building new properties, to be reaching out to those folks. 5 generations is a long time to be living on one block of Dakota Street and not be communicated once by this developer. Despite the RCO meeting happening, there needs to be connections made with the people whose houses this is going to be abutting. This structure will be towering over their homes. Dakota Street is all 2-level homes, other than I believe 2 new developments that have happened on either side. Just to give you perspective of, this will be completely blocking the sunlight. This will have a significant physical appearance and take up space. I didn't realize I was timed. I'm so sorry. I just have a few more points that are really important, and I can make it quick.
Well,
Okay.
I hear you, but I mean, the point is, you're not for the project.
I'm not for the project, but I just want to say these last few points that are very important. That was more of a personal thing, because I think us as humans, it's important to also identify how this is going to affect elderly homeowners on the block. 20 apartments is a lot. The trash is not sufficient. This small trash room that they're saying is sufficient enough to hold trash for a 20 apartment building, which I'm assuming will not all be singular occupied apartments. It will not do it. We have seen dumping at an exorbitant rate in this community, and the people who are taking care of it are the people at the garden that they're talking about. The people across the street are folks who are from the community organizers and beautification members of our community who take care of that area. Before, there was nobody else taking care of it. We were. They say that they're taking care of the property that you saw photos of. We've been taking care of the outside to make sure that our neighbors on Dakota Street aren't just looking at trash accumulate and the dumping that is prevalent in our city. It's a real problem. Next, I just want to say that the parking is a huge issue. If the aerial footage could be pulled up again, you can see that where the farm is, we have our own parking lot. That parking lot is part of our property. We allow the church across the street, which is an active church, to park in that parking lot. That is it. We've had stolen vehicles come and be dumped there. We've dealt with that a lot of police presence, because we've had to deal with the fact that people are dumping cars there thinking that it's an unused parking lot, when really we're an urban farm functioning and we allow the church to use that space. We need to have some way to know that there's going to be parking enforced, parking laws enforced, or what will be done about 20 units of people, if they have cars, where are they going to park? The first place that they will see is the parking lot across the street. We have a food pantry that, as we speak right now, is about to open, that runs every Wednesday from 4 to 6 right at the end of that parking lot. We need that area to be free so people can walk up to the food pantry. We're serving our community there. When we talk about the density, that's the word that is continuously being used right now. And the neighborhood's seen a lot of change. I don't know that this building is a positive change. And I want to, honor that you gave me an extension of time and just make sure that our neighbors can speak.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do you have any questions?
Just one. Were you present during the recent hearing for 2307 North 11th Street, just a few doors down?
No, I was not.
So you didn't object to that particular proposal, which also had identical requests, albeit a lesser density, but same type of variance request.
And let's be specific. When you say lesser density, what's the difference?
It's just a yes or no question. Were
The
you
density
present for that?
matters. 20 apartments in a 3-story building is a lot different.
I just asked if you were present or objected to that.
I wasn't
particular
present. It
proposal.
didn't affect the neighbors that I've known for all the years I've been there. Thank you.
Okay, next person, please. How are you? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Theresa Marie Jordan. TheresaMariejordan.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? And what the timeline is when we always try to give the first person more time so she can lay out the issues. You have 2 minutes, and if you would, start off by saying whether you're for it or against it,
I'm against it.
okay? And then give us a few minutes of
The
your,
reason I'm against it is because of, as was stated earlier, the parking.
okay?
And then there's also limited parking on 11th Street because of the street signs that are there currently. Now, on the same property that's being spoken of, it's the 2315 and 2317, which is the corner. And you're only speaking of 15. Those are 2 different addresses. That's how big that property is. And it goes on down to the
Okay.
next end. Now, for the next part of it is that there's a driveway on that same property that could be used for parking for those residents who's going to be in this building if it's approved. But also, if it's going to stay at a 3-story building, what was the original plan, it should be still in that parking area because that was actually a driveway where the cars used to go through when it was repair work being done there.
All right.
My family has been there over 40-some years, so
Yep.
we've seen stuff come and go. And this for this to have changed from what it was originally was to what it is now. And the question she asked was whether anybody received, did she go to the meeting for the 2307? Our residents did not receive any information pertaining to 2307
All right.
for us to even have a discussion about.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for spending the time here. Sir? How are you, sir? You got a smile on your face, I'll tell you that. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Andre Mitchell, Andremitch.
Mr. Mitchell, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So, Mr. Mitchell, are you for this or against it?
I am against it.
And you're a neighbor.
Yes, I am a neighbor.
All right.
I've lived on that.
Is there anything you can add that you haven't already heard?
No, nothing, but it's just 20 units is
All right.
absurd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. We appreciate it. Any other persons in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up from Tina Love. I have
How many
allowed them
other
to
hands
speak.
do you have?
Just that one, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Tina Love, please unmute and wait to be sworn in. Tina Love, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, Tina,
Hello.
Hi, Tina, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Tina, last name Smith, SMITH -Love.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, and my mother is on that block as well.
Okay, all
We've
right,
been
hold on,
residents
hold on. Are you in favor of this or against it?
against it.
Is there anything you can add that you haven't heard?
I just want to add the capacity of the space. Dakota Street is a very small street. It's all 2-story properties on that block. The original properties are 2 stories, like my neighbor said. We all been on that block for over 30 years. And the congestion, I sent you photos of the opposite side of the street on Dakota Street where the representative attorney was speaking about. They're building house apartments on the opposite side of the block. So where's everybody going to park? The concerns are the trash, increased trash, lack of
I,
parking.
Ms. Love, I think we've heard testimony about the parking and the trash from the three people prior. Is there
Okay, and
anything else you could add? Anything
overcrowding
else
of
you
our
could add?
neighborhood. We
Pardon me?
don't want them there, simply put.
Okay, you don't want them there. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience?
No more hands, Mr. Chair.
No more, thank you. Do you want to respond quickly or not? If it's going to be long, I can't keep.
No, it's not going to be long. And Mr. Chairman, we were going to suggest scheduling a resumption hearing. I think, you know, the concerns relative to trash are certainly well heard, particularly board member John's comments. So we're happy to schedule a resumption hearing to ensure that we can better address that particular concern. But you know, in terms of parking, I mean, you can see here, this is a corner property. It would require a variance to provide parking, and even if you could provide it, it would be maybe 2 spaces. So that's certainly not going to provide any form of material impact. But we were going to suggest scheduling a resumption hearing.
We'll probably have a resumptive hearing. Do you want to take a position now, or do you want to wait the resumptive hearing?
We'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
we'll have the resumptive hearing on 8/18/20 at 9:30 PM.
At 9:30 p.m.
No, 9:30 AM. I'm sorry. We go much longer, it would be 9:30, but go ahead.
But I will not.
All right, 9, you would be here. Thank you. You have another case,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
And let me just grab my water.
Number 6. Thank you for coming down, by the way. MI 2025-005-993-6100 Wissahickon Avenue. Meredith, just for the record, state your name.
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Right, you've already been sworn. Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure thing. My client is Hornet 93 LLC, which is the owner of the property and represented today on Zoom by Nidal Hassan.
Right, and we had some testimony earlier about what the support of the RCO. At this point, there is a letter of opposition, as I understand.
Understood.
Vice Chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Chairman, in addition to the property owner, Nidal Hassan, I also have in the room with me today our civil engineer, Gabrielle Butcher, and Rhett Chiliberti, who are right behind me. I'll bring them up momentarily. I do also have on the Zoom our architect, Carl Emberger, and then I do also have Alex Bruno with Leak Engineering.
Wait, give me an idea how long it's going to take, because seriously, we can't,
I
I can't do another 45 minutes from now.
It's
Okay.
probably 45 minutes.
Here's where we're going to be. You have 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it's what's cut.
I hear you.
Right, and we'll take it to a resumptive hearing.
Understood.
Please.
Yep, understood. The request before the board today concerns 6100 Wissahickon Avenue. You have an exhibit packet in front of you that contains 25 exhibits. To summarize the basis for today's request, this application requests the erection of a new structure for use of 16 dwelling units, including 2 reserved as affordable through the Mixed Income Housing Bonus Program. Only 1 refusal was issued for this project, which is required due to the disturbance into steep slope areas that surround the site. For a variety of reasons that the board will see today, this project and this property meet the textbook legal definition of a true and legitimate hardship, such that if relief were denied, would completely foreclose any development of this lot whatsoever for any use or any structure. As you will see, that is not an exaggeration for effect. We are, of course, however, aware of the letter of opposition that was submitted to the board that does acknowledge that this developer addressed the majority of the requested changes, barring 1. We will address those concerns during the presentation in the hopes that the board will assign the appropriate weight to the community's position, both in light of the considerable hardships as well as the material changes that my client made, seeking to appease the community's wishes. Tax clearance is included at Exhibit 2. I did just submit that to the board this morning, and the deed to the property is included at Exhibit 3, showing that my client purchased this at sheriff's sale just last year. I'll start first by introducing the area, and then we'll invite some of our design team members to walk you through the project. Exhibit 5 shows the zoning map of this area. As you can see, the property location is indicated with an arrow at the corner of West Walnut Lane and Wissahickon Avenue and is zoned CMX1. From the map, you can also see that the property sits just west of Lincoln Drive and is largely just engulfed by parkland. I've also included some overhead aerials at Exhibit 6. This first image looks north, showing the vacant corner property that is at issue. If I zoom out just a little bit more in the next image, you'll start to glean that this is a relatively mixed single-family neighborhood with some larger apartment complexes interspersed. The parkland itself creates a natural buffer for the neighborhood. The south and the west-looking aerials further show how this property is largely surrounded by significant impervious surface, as well as some additional large apartment complexes as well. The property itself sits between West Walnut Lane, which is 80 feet wide, and then Wissahickon Avenue, that is 60 feet wide. And then it adjoins a commercial property that you can see here that occupies nearly 100% of its lot, as well as parking on the opposite corner as well. Although this case does not involve any variances that pertain to use, I did include at Exhibit 7 a map of the surrounding density just to show the general context of this neighborhood that does have a multitude of multifamily buildings nearby, including 2 directly across the street, one for 32 units and one for 6 units. Again, we don't have any burden with a steep slope variance to establish the appropriateness of the use itself, but we do believe it is important to establish just the overall reasonableness of this proposal in light of many, many complicating factors. Exhibit 8 shows photographs of the site where you'll immediately discern what brings us before the board today. The entire site is surrounded at the edges by an existing slope. This photo is standing right at the corner of the intersection looking at the site. The next photo here shows the site itself is already downhill from the neighbors along Wissahickon Avenue to the northwest. And you can see that slope down along Wissahickon Avenue. Although not a refusal item, the height was a concern to the community. You can see here in the photograph the relative height of the opposing corner, which again does sit at a higher elevation than this property. If I zoom out even further, you can see the stark contrast of the slope of this site to everything that surrounds it, including the park across the street, which has a much more gradual slope to Wissahickon Avenue. Moving further southeast on Wissahickon Avenue, you can see that the sloping conditions generally dissipate entirely. And then looking towards Walnut Lane, again, we would point to the significant impervious surface that sits downhill from this site. The sloping condition to the southeast, again, you can see in this photograph, you can see the significant slope that extends all the way down Wissahickon Avenue. And then you can see here the apartment complex property extends essentially all the way to the corner. It's a little hard to see in the photograph, but the property line for this apartment complex does extend to the corner as well. And then that adjoins some single-family homes. And then I have included a couple of additional photographs from Walnut Lane, again showing the steep conditions that border this site. And you can see those here looking up towards Wissahickon Avenue. And then this is the apartment complex that I mentioned across the street on Walnut Lane. And then this is as you move north of the property, this is that corner that I mentioned that sits at the higher elevation, and just some of the additional homes that sit on Wissahickon Avenue. And then I did also include the zoning posters. I do have several exhibits that essentially establish the same thing, so I will note a few details on each of them quickly. If I start at Exhibit 15, you can see a general topographic survey of the site. If I zoom in a bit, you will see the elevation markings, and I'll pick one particular area, hopefully, so you can see here. You can see here that the slope is fairly gradual in the middle of the site here, and then becomes quite steep as you move towards the outer edges of the site itself. And you can
Meredith,
really-
just an issue.
Yeah.
Your people you're going to bring in, they're not going to cover this too, are they? So that you're covering the slope. Okay, thank you.
They'll cover the hardship aspects of
Okay,
it. I'm just
sure.
giving you some background.
Okay.
The site itself is over 5,300 square feet with roughly 58 feet of frontage on Wissahickon Avenue and 162 feet and change on West Walnut Lane. It is, as you can see here, a highly irregularly shaped parcel, which would alone render construction more difficult, even absent the considerable intrusion of the steep slopes. More directly, if you refer to Exhibit 16, again, you can see a visual representation of the steep slopes in terms of the zoning code itself. So the white areas in the middle have no slopes at all. The light gray areas have slopes of 15 to 25%, which are permitted to be developed with the submission of an earth moving plan. And then the dark gray areas, which is ultimately what brings us in front of you today, represent slopes of more than 25%, which are not permitted to be disturbed under the zoning code. And you can see here that these slopes surround the entire border of this site. The parcel does sit within the Wissahickon watershed overlay, but contrary to the steep slope restrictions, the property is a Category 5, which means that there is no zoning code restriction relative to the impervious coverages. So it's somewhat of a conflicting restriction, which further illustrates both the hardship and the project's compliance with code requirements. Before I bring up the design team to walk you through the more detail, I would like to just bring up the zoning code sections that outline the standards that this board must apply to steep slope variances, in addition to all of the other standard variance provisions. I'll bring up the relevant one. Here we go. Section 14303.8I is shown at Exhibit 23. The applicant must demonstrate that the application meets certain criteria as certified by a licensed professional engineer. Number one, that the variance will not result in an increase in stormwater runoff, the shifting of earth to adjacent buildings or properties down or upslope, or an increase in likelihood of loss to the property. Number two, the applicant must submit an earth moving plan. And then in terms of overall scope of review, the Commonwealth Court has clarified that steep slope variances are not properly characterized as use variances, but should be subject to a less stringent hardship requirement. So at this point, I'd like to bring up first Carl Emberger, our architect.
Sir, could you step back and sit on the thing?
Oh, sure.
Let her put her witness there. Is this person online? Okay. Carl, is that his name?
Carl
Carl?
Emberger. And just while he's coming on, I will note that we did submit revised zoning plans and a revised zoning plan proviso form. I'll have Carl address those changes in his walkthrough.
All right, Carl?
Hello, my name is Carl Emberger with Canary Architecture.
Carl, could you please spell your name for the stenographer?
Yes, it is CARL, and then E as in Edward, M as in Mary, BERGER.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Carl, you already mentioned, but you are the architect on this project, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I have up on the screen now Exhibit 11, which is our revised zoning plans. From these zoning plans, can you just briefly walk the board through the project envelope and the impetus behind this particular building envelope that is shown?
Yes. The project is a 4-story building with a basement for 16 units. The lowest level is actually considered a basement because of the change in grade across the site. But that lowest level will be our entry level. There's 4 apartments per upper floor. And the reason we arrived at the footprint that we finally arrived at was that we were trying to minimize its incursion into the steep slopes.
Dimensionally speaking, does the project comply with the zoning code?
Yes, it does.
And then what about in terms of the occupied area of the site itself? Does the project seek to maximize coverage of the site?
No, as I just had noted, we were looking to minimize the footprint to minimize the incursion into the steep slope.
So is it correct that the zoning plans reflect an occupied area of 66% where the code would allow for 80% for a corner?
That is correct, yes.
And what about in terms of rear yard requirements?
The rear yard, well, the rear yard is greater than, far greater than what we are required.
Okay. Turning to the floor plans, I have up at Exhibit 14. Just if you can talk through first the entry level plan, and then we can move to the upper levels.
Sure. So at the entry level, we have the main entrance to the building, a mail and package room, a bike room for 6 bike spaces. Utilities are to the far left of the plan, utility room for incoming utilities. In the center of the plan, we have the stairs and the elevator and a trash room. And then to the right of the plan, we had what was formerly a retail space, but we have since changed to an amenity space for the building.
And then before I leave this plan, how does the trash get from the upper levels to the trash room?
The trash comes, we have a trash chute planned for the middle of the building. So there is the residents would have access to the chute from the corridors, and that would, deliver the trash to the first floor. To the lowest level, excuse me.
Thank you. And then can you just briefly explain the layout of the first floor through 4th floor?
Yeah. So the first floor through 4th floor is 4 units apiece. It's a mix of 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And they range from 615 square feet in size to almost 885 square feet in size. The layouts are essentially the same from floor to floor. The elevators and the stairs are centralized. And again, the trash chute you can see in the center of the plan as well.
From this image here, there are some red dotted lines indicated on the floor plans. What does that indicate?
So we have opted to, all the units are type B units as required by code. But through the process of discussing the project with the RCO, there was a specific request to have an accessible unit in the space. So we now have an accessible, fully accessible unit. And those red lines represent the clearances.
And then what is the plan for the roof?
We are planning to have a roof deck to the Wissahickon side of the site and down towards the West Walnut Lane side of the site as well. And there will also be compressors, or I'm sorry, condensers for the heat pump units, or the heat pumps in the units.
So Carl, I'm bringing up renderings of the building at Exhibit 13. Can you just briefly describe the design? And as you do, try and address aspects of the building that were modified in response to the discussions with the community.
Okay. So we are showing the design is showing a red brick facade. We have a mix of window types and sizes. There was concern expressed from the RTO that they didn't want just like a box a boring box building. So there's a mix of mix of window sizes. We also introduced Juliet balconies, which were a specific request of the community. We reduced the floor to floor height and pushed back the parapet wall to the edge of the roof deck, so that the building appears less massive from the corner.
Okay, and then just by way of comparison, I have up on the screen a part of Exhibit 10. Does this show what the original design was for the building?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, so this is somewhat reflected in the rendering itself, but can you talk about, I want to bring up one of the elevations. Can you talk about the height of this building in relation to the single-family homes that are on the opposing corner at Naomi Street?
Yes, it's the next page actually.
Yep.
So this is a cross section through our site parallel to Wissahickon Ave. What we have been able to determine from a mix of publicly available information and our own survey of this property, it's 6100 Wissahickon Avenue. We have determined that Naomi Street is roughly 16 feet above West Walnut Lane. And the peak of the roof at the corners, which were shown, those houses were shown earlier in the presentation, is roughly another 40 feet above that. So it is the peak of those roofs are actually taller than our building on the site, but not taller than the elevator overrun, which you can see in this image.
Okay, and in relation to the concern that the community expressed relative to the height, I don't recall you specifically addressing this. How did you seek to address the concern about height of the building?
So previously we had the standard 10-foot floor to floor that generally apartments get built with. That allows for a 9-foot ceiling in the units. We have reduced each of the floor-to-floor heights of the apartment levels by 7 inches each to get that overall height down. The other thing that we did was we took about 2 feet off of the lowest level, the entry level. So in all, the building really has shrunk by about 6 feet of total dimension. However, because of the grades, the overall building height really is only, as it's measured from average grade, is only reduced by about 2 feet.
So the community had requested that the building be reduced to 3 stories. In reviewing that particular request, what would that design require in terms of the building itself?
So we did study a three-story scheme earlier in this project. What ends up happening is we're much closer to, well, we were, I think, at that 80% coverage area maximum. So we basically would increase the incursion into the steep slopes by providing a similar program, but reducing the height of the building.
So ultimately then, is it fair to say that the goal here was to try and address the community's concern by reducing the overall building height, but not creating more incursion into steep slope areas? Is that fair?
Yes. Yes.
And then just in terms of a summary, much of that design consideration that you talked about today is summarized at Exhibit 22. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Carl, in a typical variance case, we're required to show the board that the lot suffers from a unique and unnecessary hardship. Putting the steep slope aside, does the shape of this lot, in your professional opinion, alone create a hardship?
No, it does not.
In light of the lot shape and the steep slope, did you analyze whether any development or of any use or any size can be built on the lot by right without variances from this board?
In my opinion, there's no building that could be proposed on this site without having some form of incursion into a steep slope by the sole fact that the flat part of the site is to the back, to the side, and to the rear. So basically, to get into the building, you would have to go through. You would have to dig in and put retaining walls, pathways, stairs, ramps to get up to that flat part. The other challenge that would then be presented is that we would not be meeting the front setback requirements. And so we would then be asking for a variance for the front setback.
And then what about in terms of parking? Did you explore the viability of putting parking on the lot? And if so, why is that not viable?
We did look at putting parking on the site. It would either increase the incursion into the steep slope again by putting surface lots on there, or it would result in an incredible amount of excavation because of this steep slope if we were trying to get it below grade. The other challenge that it presents, and we've had this issue on other projects where this has been requested, is that the amount of space that you end up losing on the street parking quickly offsets any space that you're on, any spaces that you're gaining on site. So because we have to make a curb cut, or because especially with a surface lot that's just a kind of pull in, you would end up losing almost an equal number of on-street parking spaces.
So Carl, in your professional opinion, do you believe that this development disturbs as little of the steep slope as possible?
I do.
All right, that's all I have for Carl. I'd like to bring up my next,
Hold on.
Yep.
How many more witnesses do you have? How much time apiece? Because we're gonna have to do a resumptive here. We're really behind where we should be.
Understood, Mr. Chair, if
And
that's
I
what you.
want to, wait a minute. And we're going to give this another date. I know you testified. I think we understood everything you said, but you're free to come back. All right. So this is going to be a resumptive hearing on 8/18/20 at 9:30 a.m. Okay?
Yep.
And thanks for staying so long, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Spring Garden Street, right? Yeah. We just stepped in. Oh, there we go. Yeah. You're community college, right? Yeah, I remember. He was here before. So MI 2025-006 073 1700 Spring Garden Street. Frederick Poindexter is the attorney. Counsel, I'm sorry we're so long, but we appreciate you waiting back there.
No, that's
Could you
fine.
please state your name and spell for the stenographer, if you would get close to the mic?
Sure. It's Frederick Poindexter, Frederick Poindexter.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do,
Could
yes.
you tell us, identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yep, Community College of Philadelphia. Here with me is Eve Markman, the Assistant Vice President of Brand Management and Operations.
Okay, and
Online, we
there's-
also have two members in the crowd. Shannon Rooney, the Vice President for Enrollment Management and Strategic Communications, and Chuck Longacre from City Sign.
Okay, and we have non-opposition from Logan Square Neighbors Association. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, with the exception that I neglected to send the proviso plans form. I did send the revised plans, so I sent the form earlier this afternoon.
And I don't know if you got the email that I sent you, but we will need to just hold the vote because I'm going to need to review the plans with L&I to see what the board would need to stamp because there's a different number of pages from what was submitted to L&I for what was submitted for the reviso plans form. And so I got to get that sorted out. And so I don't want to just throw a number out there and then it's wrong. So if you'll just indulge us, we'll vote on this on June 3rd.
Yeah, we're happy to present the case today.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. But we can hear everything else today.
We're going to do it.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman, members of the board. As we've stated, I'm here representing.
Mike, just a little bit closer
Yeah.
to you.
That any better?
That's better.
All right, thank you. So I will move through this quickly. So you might have noticed over the last couple of years, Community College Philadelphia has rebranded and has really spread across the city the new placemaking and vibrancy of the community building they're attempting on campus. You might be asking why you have not seen that on campus itself just yet, as the entryways and the sort of big picture views of campus lack the same logo and branding. That's partially because we've been undergoing this process for the last 2 years or so, trying to get approvals for these zoning permits. We've accidentally been issued a zoning permit which was revoked last year. We've been going through this process for the better part of 2 years now. Lots of work with L&I and the community. So I'll skip right to the community aspect of this. We have a letter of non-opposition, as you've said. That took lots of collaboration with LSNA, members of the Planning and Zoning Committee, both formal meetings with the community and informal meetings with the staff of LSNA. And I would like to present the original plans, which were not opposed to 3 of the original signs, and were opposed to 2 of them. So I'll start with the 3 signs that they were not opposed to originally. All right, so these are the new logos for the community college, and these logos here are located on the garage on either side of 17th and 18th Street, where the garage is located. And I'll scroll up to give you a big picture overview of the campus so that you can understand where these are placed. So if you look here where my pointer is, the garage signs are going to be located on 17th there and are closer to 18th there. Oops. Yeah, we don't want that to happen. This is what happens when you try to move quickly. Apologies. Okay, so here are the signs on the garage facing 17th and the other side facing 18th, and you can see here the locations on the overview. The community was not opposed to these signs. They do require variances for the height and size. The same with the Lions Den logo. This is an illuminated logo internal to campus along 17th Street. It's not facing the neighborhood. It's across the street from another campus building. Again, this is about sort of highlighting the activity center, athletic center for the student body. Right now, there's a banner sign there, which doesn't really have the presence and placemaking that the community college would like to present for its students. You can see here, it's an illuminated sign. And again, the community was not opposed to the Lions Den sign. Here we have the original versions of the 17th Street Bridge sign, which were the subject of much of the discussion with the community. The original proposal was a large format logo sign over 17th Street. There were concerns about the size of it and it being a distraction to the community along the highly trafficked area. And this is the other sign that was opposed on the south-facing wall of the main building. It's sort of looking south to Center City. It's an illuminated sign. Again, very large, and the community had concerns about not only its size, but the illumination. So we have gone back to the drawing board and to the signage plans, and Here is the revised sign that's been agreed to with the community. Smaller format, much less window coverage. And the community sort of felt this is more appropriate for the entryway into campus. And the large format illuminated sign on the south facing wall has been reduced by 10%. So that was one of the concerns that we addressed with the community, is that the size of the signs was more than what was required by the placemaking and the sort of branding recognition that the college was looking for. So they reduced the sign by what they felt was the most that they could with the space that was available there and the mechanics and engineering of the signage. And you can see here these views which highlight the illumination at nighttime. And also you see views here looking out to Center City and looking from Center City into that south-facing wall. So the relief requested, of course, is for the revised plans for the south-facing logo sign, the 17th Street Bridge sign revised, and the 3 signs, 2 on the garage, and the Lions Den sign on the Athletic Center. And I'd like to ask that at the conclusion of our testimony that the materials here be entered into the record. And I would like to ask Eve Markman to answer one question.
Sure. Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Eve Markman, Evemarkman.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you, Eve. Can you just describe the importance of the placement of these signs on campus and why these are the least modifications possible to your buildings for, that brand recognition and entryway to campus that you're looking to create?
Yes, thank you. So as Fred said, we rebranded in 2024, and previously we have had almost no signage on campus and have been kind of known as the best known secret in Philadelphia. People don't know where we are.
Used to call it the Mint.
We should call it, it is the Mint. We have the 3rd US Mint is our main building. And what we found, if you look at Temple, Drexel, Penn, Jefferson, all the other campuses, they have this welcoming environment, and we feel that our students deserve that same pride of place and feeling. The window decal across 17th Street, that's the main entrance into our campus, and we're trying to create an entryway where you're coming onto our campus. Many people say they don't know where our campus is. The Ps on the parking garage are really just pretty internal, but they give people an idea that this is part of our campus. It's kind of in the center. We're sort of 2 square blocks, 16th to 18th, Spring Garden to Callow Hill. And then the Lions Den, we have championship athletics teams, and we want people to know that we have basketball games going on, we have volleyball, we have things happening there. We want our student athletes, many of which who transfer to 4-year schools and get to play at the 4-year collegiate level, like their pride in place. And then finally, the Lit P is really for the city to know where we are. If you're standing in the Comcast Center and you look out, you can see many places with lit signs, and we want people in the city, not just our students, to know where we are.
Thanks, Eve. Could the administrator look for Shannon Rooney in the?
Sure, Shannon?
Yeah, Shannon.
Shannon, please.
Acting as the panelist now, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Shannon, Shannon, Rooney, Roon as in Nancy, EY.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If possible, could you turn your video on?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure. Counsel?
Sure. Thanks for joining, Shannon. One
Sure.
question for you. Can you please describe the link between the importance of this signage and the growth and health of your student body, and why it matters to the future of campus?
Absolutely, and thanks for the opportunity. So one of the primary reasons, in addition to the ones that Eve described in terms of pride of place and student kind of feeling of pride, the bread and butter in terms of the financial vitality of the institution is really tied to our enrollment and our enrollment growth. For some time, our enrollment was in decline. We're fortunate that the last few years enrollment has been growing year over year. And the enrollment revenues actually come out to more than 40% of our operating budget annually. So it is extremely important for us to make sure that students are aware of the opportunities that are available to them at the college. And part and parcel of that is just making sure that we have enough visibility within the city. So our hope is with signage kind of to this extent, we will be able to ensure that students, not just at neighboring schools, but citywide, understand the opportunities that are available to them at the college.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yep.
Anyone else?
No, Chuck Longacre is available to answer questions
Sure.
about the
All right.
signage.
Questions from the board?
So
My-
what,
I guess a question
Go
from
ahead.
the, in terms of just the time that the illumination will begin, there was some feedback from the RCO that they wanted a time limit. Is that something that you all are amenable to, or?
Correct. We've agreed to the proviso that the sign will be lit at dusk and turned off at midnight through 6 a.m.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
that was actually
I'm
my
not
question.
sure. I'm not sure if I'm seeing all 5 of the signs. So there's the one with the writing, and then the others are just the logos on different buildings.
Yeah, so the 5 signs, there are 2 on the garage. So I'll
Okay.
Yeah, they're
On each side.
one on each side of the garage. Sorry. There we go. So one on either side of the garage on 17th and on 18th, you can see
Mhm.
here. And the Lionsden sign, the one internal to campus on the athletic center,
And that faces the other side of campus, right?
faces the other side of
Right,
campus. Yeah,
faces
right
your
across
campus,
17th.
right.
Yeah. And then you have the large format P on the south facing wall as revised, and also the bridge sign over 17th Street as revised here. Those are the 5 signs we're seeking relief for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions? Well, I think our attorney's already spoken about this. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Not see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current SPINS Special Purpose Institutional. The proposal completed its Art Commission in August 2024. The Art Committee's advisory recommendations are not an expression of the City Planning Commission's recommendation or opinion regarding zoning variances, special exceptions, or other discretionary approvals associated with this proposal. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed signs are necessary for wayfinding. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for sign area and location.
All right, thank you. Hillary, we're 2 weeks we're going to be? Yeah, all right, so Tuesday, it'll be 2 p.m. vote, right? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry we took so long.
No worries. Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Have a great afternoon.
We're going to go to number 9, right? MI 2026 000-350 5912 Ridge Avenue. William O'Brien is the attorney. Mr. O'Brien, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, O'Brien, O-B-R-I-E-N.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Baker Street Partners. And Steve Ashesky, one of the managing members, is in the virtual audience and will be listening and hopefully adopting my testimony.
And our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I waive the reading of the
refusals.
referral and the refusal. However, there is one error
Got a
which I'll
bunch of 'em.
mention.
And there's a letter of support from the Central Roxbury Association.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen.
Oh, you might need that.
Thank you for your patience. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So the refusal is on pages 2 and 3. This is one of a number of properties that was selected or identified, I should say, by the civic group years ago that was likely to become the subject of some redevelopment. And to make sure that that process went through the civic group, this was one of those properties that was rezoned to RSD1. I'll have an image of the immediate area, and you'll see that, I mean, Ridge Avenue is one of the most vibrant, or one of the two most vibrant business districts in Northwest Philadelphia. And you'll see that most of the block, most of Ridge Avenue is CMX2 or 2.5. This was one of those properties that was zoned RSD1 to make sure that whatever happened with this property was relatively scrutinized. So many of the refusals are dimensional refusals because the RSD1 dimensional requirements was applied to this. These dimensional refusals would not be present if it was zoned RSD 2.5 like the rest of Ridge Avenue. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, the civic group, the Central Roxbury Civic, issued a letter of support. And I just want to call out the final paragraph of their letter. The civic group appreciates the effort of Baker Street Partners has put into designing the new structure that closely adheres in front to the original house of 5912. We also appreciate the commitment to the use of Wishick and schist as shown in the renderings presented at the RCO meeting. This is that image, and you can see all the pink. That's along Ridge Avenue. It's all CMX 2.5. The exceptions are the Leverington Cemetery here, the large piece on the top right. It's RSD 1. Here is the subject property down at the bottom. That was rezoned RSD 1. And then this is the former home of Interac, a nonprofit. It's a large historic property on a very large lot, as you can see, and that is also protected by this RSD1 zoning. So this is the subject property. It sits on a lot that's about 17,000 square feet. The building is built in 1901. There was an addition to the rear, but the building is considered contributing to the Ridge Avenue Thematic Historic District. It is, since 1984, it was granted a variance to allow an orthodontist on the first floor and one dwelling unit on the top 2 floors. So it's 2 uses, 1 apartment, 1 dwelling unit, and 1 orthodontist office. This is the setting of that structure. So you can see it's got an open area to the right that's used for parking now. Across the street where my cursor is, that's a curb cut to a parking lot for a Wendy's restaurant. Across the street is another curb cut for a parking lot for a, I think now closed Rite Aid. Behind the building, behind the subject property, you see this white structure, four-story structure. That is 27 apartments. And just in terms of density, those 27 apartments sit on a lot that is smaller than these two lots. These two lots, the property now is about, as I said, 17,000 square feet. The proposal is to subdivide. Once it's subdivided, if the variances are granted, there'll be a total of 12 apartments. So it's more than half as dense as the building behind it. This is what is proposed. Again, on the left, you see the existing structure and what's proposed on the right. Again, 3 stories, well below the 38-foot height limit. It matches the height of the existing structure on the left, and it is set back the same depth, and it's also set back the same depth as the existing house on the right side. And again, you can see the Wissahickon and schist and the porch. This is a close-up of the entrance. So there are actually 3 entrances, and I'll go through that. This entrance, where the stairs are, that will access 9 of the apartments. There are front doors on the porch that will access the other 2. This is the planting plan. Because of the location of the orientation of the existing structure, the shape of the lot, we wanted to use the existing curb cut and driveway, which we did. But there were several trees that had to come down. We were able to introduce the planting beds separating the residential districts from the parking lot. However, we were short on replacing all of the trees. So we have the plan, which you can't see, but I'll read what that planting schedule provides is planting 25 new trees, 45 new shrubs, and 26 perennials. However, that was still short of what the code requires. So we requested a waiver September of last year. We were granted that waiver. One, we were able to get some relief on the depth of those planting beds. Secondly, in lieu of the replacement trees we couldn't put on the lot, we're agreeing to pay an in lieu of fee of $11,175. And then finally, there are 2 trees that are heritage trees that are being removed. That's the referral. And those are in the materials on page 41. There's a wild cherry tree. If you notice the letter, the last paragraph refers to 2 heritage trees, 11B and 19B. 11B is a wild cherry tree, which the arborist reported is bifurcated. It's in bad shape, poor condition. And then the number, the 19B rather, is a Norway spruce, which is also an unbalanced crown and also in poor condition. If you want, I can show you those 2 trees. So this is the bifurcated wild cherry. And this is the Norway spruce, which is ensconced in vines and rated in poor condition. So we're asking for a grant a special exception so that they may be removed. almost finished. The zoning plan, page 13 of the materials. So once again, the proposed structure will have 11 units, 3 on the first floor, 4 on each of the second and third floors. The proposed use of the existing structure does not change. It'll be an orthodontist or some doctor's office on the first floor and 1 dwelling unit. We're able to put in 16 parking spaces. So one of the refusals was that the new structure doesn't have enough parking. On pages 67 to 74 is the proposed deed of subdivision, which includes in perpetuity a cross easement so that the parking spaces on both lots can be used by both buildings. That includes the 9th Survey District approved language for the subdivision, for the meets and bounds easements, as well as a plan depicting those easements. So we have 16 parking spaces, and if you see, the refusal I mentioned was incorrect on the first page of the refusal, parcel A. It says that one of the refusals is not having the required 1 accessible parking space, and you can see right here, there is 1 accessible parking space for parcel A. There's also 1 for parcel B. So both are compliant in terms of ADA requirements. Finally, the elevations, and then briefly the floor plans. So the two doors that you see on the porch are actually the entrance to 2 of the units on the first floor, 2 1-bedroom units. They're shown in the front of the building. And then that entrance on the side with the stairs I showed you in the rendering takes you to a hallway. There's an entrance to the first floor rear apartment, which is a 2-bedroom. And then as you go up the stairs to the second floor, there are 2 1-bedrooms in the front and 2 2-bedrooms in the rear, and the same thing on the 3rd floor. So again, total, we have 11 in this, 1 in the other, so 12 proposed apartments and 16 parking spaces. That finishes my representation or my presentation. I request that the remaining documents I haven't referenced be included in the record.
What do you bring one of your clients on?
Yes, if Steve Oshevsky could raise his hand.
I'll be coming back in as a panelist, sir.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Hi, sir. Steve, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Steve Oshevsky. It's spelled SteveOlszewski.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Oshevsky, are you the managing member of Baker Street Partners?
I am.
Were you in the audience during my testimony and did you hear it?
Yes.
And was my testimony truthful?
Yes,
And do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Questions from the board?
Trash, how is trash being managed for the site, the units? Is there-
I can bring up the zoning plan again. Well, it's on this plan as well. This is the planning plan, and you'll see this is a trash area here, and that will be shared by both buildings.
So there's no interior trash storage in the units for the tenants?
No.
Okay.
Other questions?
So, yeah, question. So, how many accessible units are there?
There's one, the first floor unit in the rear. This unit is accessible.
Okay. That's the accessible unit, and the accessible parking space is next to that column, but the ramp is over to the right. That's a lot for someone in a wheelchair to have to traverse parked cars. If there are two other cars parked next to them, there's almost no way they can get around that car to get into that ramp. So you might want to consider reversing the location of that spot.
Is Chris Karakoff in the audience? If he is, could he raise his hand?
Went back in as a panelist, counsel.
Who's coming on now?
I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
It's Chris Karakoff, CHRIS, CARICKHOFF.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth.
I do.
Counsel?
Did you hear the last question regarding the location of the existing handicap parking space relative to?
Yes, I did. And I could speak to that. We actually have remedied that. I believe we had a proviso plan, Bill. I'm not sure if you have that in your packet or not. The RCO had requested an update where we do have the handicap space all the way on the right-hand side. And we actually have direct access into the unit.
Okay.
So thereby,
We're going to be supplementing the materials with a proviso plan.
Okay. Yeah,
But
that makes
that-
much more sense.
yeah, that addresses your comment exactly, because that was the same issue. So it's an 11-foot wide parking space. It would be, shifted to the right. We adjusted the column. It's not affecting the access at all, and then they can go directly into their unit without even having to go up the ramp. Actually, we lowered the unit because
good.
The door is actually covered and protected from any environmental conditions. So, and because that is considered the accessible level, the other units are not accessible.
Does that mean that the ramp is removed?
Correct. No longer needed. There is a direct access into the unit.
And so I'm just because we're not looking at it, and so it's going to be the unit that's on the bottom. It's that 1-bedroom unit with the balcony that's at the bottom of the plan.
No, it is on the top left of this plan. And if you can see where the entry door is, it's actually mirrored and now on the wall. If you park straight ahead, that wall, and there's additional striping where you have full access straight into the unit from there.
Okay, that's helpful. So I think my question is then, with this unit sort of being functionally off the rest of the plan, what's going to be the plan specifically for that unit's trash and for that unit's mail, including like package deliveries? Because it seems like everybody else in the building is going to have some sort of shared common spaces, or like where their mailboxes are. So how is that now fully accessible unit gonna?
There is some shared mail accessibility for the floors, second and third floors. They will have a shared lobby. However, the 3 units on this ground floor all have their own entrance from the exterior. So they would have to have their own mail delivery directly to their unit.
And are those going to be denoted? Just because I know, having lived in multiple places before, if they're not specifically called out and that's not run through OPA, they're not going to have a legally separate address. It's hard to get the mail separately delivered when they don't look like row houses with separate addresses.
I don't know that I necessarily have an answer to that. I don't know if the owner has thought that through, or we're certainly amenable to addressing it how best you feel.
Yeah, I think that we'll definitely have a lot of signage and wayfinding that'll be able to point towards where every location will be. We'll make sure it's very clear and explicit for anybody that's delivering packages or mail. to where those units are.
Well, this is so I would encourage that you guys go talk to OPA. This is like a USPS, OPA, the way things are addressed in Philadelphia specific process that usually happens when you do your address review. So, I mean, short of saying, while it sounds good, I just don't know that it's going to work out that way for the units on the first floor, because typically mail carriers are told if it's a multi-unit building, they put it in the mailroom. And if the now accessible unit does not have access to the rest of that space in the building, it could be an issue.
All right. Yep.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, but I assume they're going to hold this now?
Yes, if there are revised plans, we can hold for 2 weeks and
weeks.
just send them in and we'll review them. So.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or this current audience here?
I don't see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
In void with the Planning Commission, the comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RSD1 residential single family. One family dwelling in a doctor's office was granted a zoning permit in 1940. The appellant has not shown that the property cannot otherwise be used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variances for parking dimensional standards, unit count, and special exception for heritage tree removal.
Okay, so we're going to hold this till 2 weeks from now, and we'll vote at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 11, MI 2026-000442, 102 East Mermaid Lane. So you're going to take this one, I think, right? You're going to take this one. So I got it. So I'm going to recuse myself from this. Done a lot of business with this particular company.
Hi, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us today. My name is Meredith Trego, Meredith of 735 Market Street, 51st floor with Ballard Spar.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and could you identify your client?
Yes, I am here on behalf of Mermaid Lane Associates LP, who's the applicant and the property owner for the site at 100 and 102 East Mermaid Lane.
Okay, all right, so we have some letters of support from the Chestnut Hill Community Association, as well as a letter of support from the Chestnut Hill Conservancy, with some provisos that I believe are unenforceable. But our secretary has some questions for you.
Good afternoon. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
We do waive the reading of the refusal. We don't stipulate to the accuracy. There is one refusal that was listed that we do not believe applies. We're going to address that in our presentation.
That's fine. You can share your screen and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your time today, for staying late. We are here today with a request for a few variances related to the redevelopment of the vacant institutional property located at 100 and 102 East Mermaid Lane, which will be transformed into 28 new single-family residential dwellings. I'm here today with our project team, specifically Mr. Stephen Bonitatabas, our architect, and Alexander Tweedy, our civil engineer, who are going to testify today. I'm also joined by Kevin Trapper, a representative of the property owner. The project proposes construction of 28 single-family residential units, including 24 twins, and 4 detached single-family residential dwellings. One of those 4 detached dwellings will result from the rehabilitation of a vacant meeting house that exists on the property at the 100 East Mermaid Lane parcel. Ultimately, a condominium regime will be imposed on this development after construction, where there will be a separate condominium unit for each residence. The existing 190,000 square foot parcel contains a formal institutional use building that was used for educational purposes, as well as a large surface parking lot. Our request for relief relates to the fact that the 28 single-family dwelling units will be located on a single zoning lot rather than the subdivision of the parcel into smaller parcels, and the existence of steep slopes greater than 25%, all of which are man-made, as well as relief from a few design criteria contained in the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay for the East Chestnut Hill NCO. We note that we have worked extensively with the community in the creation of the proposal that we will share today. And I note further that all of the exhibits, including our proof of neighbor notices, our tax clearance certificates, have been submitted to the board. And we also have several letters of support in Exhibit 16, including from the coordinating RCO, the Chestnut Hill Community Association, the Chestnut Hill Conservancy, a letter.
We have all those documents.
Wonderful.
Just go ahead
Okay.
and start presenting. please.
Okay, so I would just like to state up front that we satisfy the criteria for a variance because of the unique physical circumstances of the property, including the existing man-made steep slopes. And there is no detriment to the public health, safety, or welfare that would result from these variances, and they represent the least minimum relief that could be requested. We will do our best to be very efficient with time. So I'm going to go ahead to the project maps. So this right here is a aerial of the site. The site is 190,000 square feet. It is bounded by East Mermaid Lane, private property to the southwest and the northeast, as well as regional rail tracks to the northeast. It includes 2 parcels, which I mentioned, which will be consolidated as part of this application. Turning to the zoning map, the property is located in the RSA 3 zoning district, which allows for the proposed single-family detached and single-family attached uses by right. The site is also located in the steep slope protection overlay, the Wissahickon watershed overlay, the NCO, the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay for the Chestnut Hill Lower East, and the 8th District Overlay. Turning to the site itself, these images show the existing conditions of the site. The top images show the existing vacant institutional building, some aerial photos that demonstrate the impervious coverage on the lot occupied by both the building and the surface parking lot. Moving down, we have some images along East Mermaid Lane that show there are 2 existing entrances into the site, some existing stone retaining walls, as well as the existing vacant meeting house that exists at 100 East Mermaid Lane. Just briefly describing the site. So I mentioned we are proposing 28 single-family residential dwelling units. 12 of the buildings, so 24 units, will be twins, and the remaining 4 will be single-family detached. Those single-family detached exist in the bottom center of the site plan that we are looking at. The red single-family detached shows the rehabilitation of the existing meeting house structure. I'm just going to briefly scroll through some of our elevations. The center section of Mermaid Lane, the east section of East Mermaid Lane. Some of the parking will take access from the internal part of the site. And so each house will front onto these common mews that will serve for both sort of open space for the residents and provide stormwater management, and driveways for each unit will come off of that internal circulation. And just scrolling through, and then some elevations of the single family residences and the rehabilitation of the meeting house. And generally speaking, these will include both brick and stone bases, stucco above, 3 stories, and a rendering from East Mermaid Lane. Just, all right, so I will now, I would like to ask Mr. Stephen Bonatatabas from Bonatatabas Architects to come up and answer a few questions.
Yep. Let me swear you in first. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Stephen Bonatatabas, STEPHEN BONITATI, B as in boy, US.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Council, you can proceed.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, this project seeks relief related to the construction of multiple single-family residential units on a single parcel. Mr. Bonatatabas, can you tell us how large this parcel is?
It's approximately 193,000 square feet.
What is the minimum lot size for a residential lot in the RSA3 zoning district?
2,250 square feet.
And roughly how many residential dwelling units could fit on these consolidated parcels using that minimum lot size?
Somewhere around 70, allowing space for roads and circulation.
And again, how many residential units are proposed on this site?
28, which is significantly less than the 70 or so. That would be allowed by right.
Can you tell us more about how the site will operate and how the residential units will function?
Even though there'll be a condominium regime, these will function pretty much like any single-family, semi-detached or detached house on their own parcel. Likewise, they'll have private rear yards, semi-public side and front yards, and they'll share the common space in the center of the muse.
Can you explain the reasoning behind not subdividing and using a condominium regime instead?
Well, the goal of the project was to preserve the existing vacant meeting house and the landscape buffer that extends all along Mermaid, including the heritage trees and the stone walls and the two access drives that kind of define the center section of the site. If we had to make these are all individual lots, we'd have to destroy all those features and completely rework the site, which we're trying to protect.
Thank you. How does the lot coverage and the open area of the proposed plan compare to the existing site?
As this chart showed, the coverage is significantly less than what it was before, which is over 85%, and the open area is much greater.
Thank you. Moving on to the next set of variances. The neighborhood conservation overlay also imposes certain design criteria for the project. We are seeking relief from a requirement to provide porches on all homes along Mermaid Lane, a requirement to set back the third story, either 8 feet or impose a mansard roof on the third story, as well as a request for relief from what the code requires as a limit on a height relative to neighboring 3-story buildings, which is the refusal we believe does not apply here because we are not adjacent to a 3-story building. But I'll walk through these refusals in turn. Mr. Bonatatabas, first, can you please briefly discuss the inspiration for the proposed homes?
The inspiration for this project is we want to continue the unique architectural character of Chestnut Hill. Particularly, there's a series of a dozen or so kind of clustered housing projects of attached or semi-detached and even detached houses built around landscape courts. One such example is the one on the slide, which is very close to our site, which is Springfield Court. More specifically, we're inspired by the streets close to Germantown Avenue, which tend to be denser, but have a unique character. They have a varied roof lines of a mix of gables and hips. They're usually a mix of materials like stucco and with brick bases, and they're a mix of architectural elements of varying window types of casements and double hung or bay windows, and often with balconies and large masonry chimneys. I mean, there's a lot of character that goes into these and that we're trying to kind of work with.
Great, thank you. Beginning with the requirement in the neighborhood conservation overlay to provide porches on all homes fronting East Mermaid Lane. Does the project include homes with porches?
It does for the western section. And specifically, we did it there because the grade is steeply banked. It really is an existing bank we're building on a little bit. It also, we wanted to pull back and protect there's huge heritage oak trees along Mermaid that we are protecting, and we wanted to do a minimum amount of incursion in the kind of ground there. So there are porches along these, along the two, on the two western twins, and as shown in this illustration. On the eastern, it's the next.
Oh. So then, did you want to say more about the
Yeah,
porches?
on the eastern side, I think we,
Okay.
on the eastern side, we didn't provide porches because it's already, that part of the site is already raised over 7 feet above the street. And putting porches on those would have kind of made them too imposing. But instead, we have a varied streetscape, and we mix it with hip and gabled roofs, dormers, patio doors, and bay windows and balconies. So we keep the variety like we're trying to do on the other western part, but we don't use porches.
Thank you. That's a good segue into the next variance we are requesting relief from under the neighborhood conservation overlay. There's a requirement that where a property abuts a building with only 2 stories, that the proposed building set back any third floor by 8 feet or incorporate a mansard roof. We are requesting relief from that requirement. Mr. Bonatatabas, does the project site abut a building that contains 2 stories?
It does to the new meeting house on the west of it has 2 stories.
Great, thank you. What type of roof lines are proposed in lieu of an 8-foot setback or a mansard roof?
What we're doing is mixing hip roofs and gable roofs to add visual interest, but also to recall those examples that I suggested earlier.
Thank you. And lastly, the neighborhood conservation overlay has an additional requirement that the maximum height of a building shall not exceed the height of an abutting building that has, that's on the same frontage that contains 3 stories of habitable space. This is the refusal item that we disagree with simply because we don't believe we abut a 3-story building. There is a property up the road on Mermaid Lane that is 4 stories, and the meeting house to the south of us is 2 stories. But even if we assumed this provision of the NCO applied to the property due to the abutting 4-story building, can you tell us, Mr. Bonatatabas, how tall are the proposed homes?
The proposed homes are 31 feet tall.
And how do the proposed homes compare to the height of the adjacent 4-story building, which is shown in this image on the left?
While we didn't actually measure it, from this photograph, it's clearly more than 31 feet.
I'm going to ask one more sort of follow-up question. Did the neighbors participate in discussions about the design of the project?
They did from the very start of this iteration. We met we met initially to talk about project goals and to kind of map out how to accomplish them. And then we met about a half a dozen times, kind of reviewing and fleshing out the design.
So they were okay with the NCO issues that you had? Okay. And you're
Yes.
using the meeting house as a reference instead of this unit right here that you got on the screen?
Correct. So in terms of the designs, you mean a reference?
For the 2 stories,
the
you're
2
saying,
stories,
yeah, you want to use the meeting house as a abutting, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not-
well,
okay. Said it's too far away.
and the provision in the zoning code applies to a 3-story building, and there's just not a 3-story abutting. So we just don't believe that applies in this instance. We don't believe we're taller than the 4-story, and the other building is not 3 stories. And yes, to your question about them being okay with the NCO sort of deviations, they participated significantly in the writing of the NCO itself, and have weighed in heavily on the designs of this project.
And a representative is here who will address it.
Correct.
They'll have time to do that. All right, you want to continue on?
All right, well, lastly, Mr. Bonatatabas, in your professional opinion, do you agree that there is no detrimental impact to public health, safety, and welfare that would result from the grant of these variances?
I agree.
And do you agree that the request of relief represents the least minimum variance?
Yes, I think the minimum, yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Alexander Tweedy, our engineer from Land Corps Engineers, to join us.
You going to talk about the steep slope?
Yes.
All right.
Does he need to be sworn in?
State your name and spell it for the record.
Alex Tweedy, ALEX, TWEEDIE.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Tweedy, can you please describe your role in this project?
I'm the civil engineer responsible for the grading design and site layout along with the architect.
Great. Can you briefly summarize your professional background?
Yeah, I'm a professional engineer in the state of Pennsylvania, 25 years experience, and have testified before this board before in the past.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Tweedy as an expert in civil engineering. Does this project disturb land whose slope, well, actually, I'm going to back up and just note that we do have steep slopes on this property. We are on the steep slope overlay, and we have what are existing man-made slopes that were there on the property that are a result of the existing building. Mr. Tweedy, does this project disturb land whose slope exceeds 25%?
Yes.
Are the steep slopes that exist on the property today naturally occurring or man-made?
They're man-made. In fact, many of them are structural retaining walls themselves that are man-made stone features, as was discussed by the architect fronting on Mermaid Lane.
And I'm showing on the screen some of those stone walls that exist on the property. So those actually, the zoning code does not distinguish between man-made and naturally occurring steep slopes. Mr. Tweedy, can you please briefly describe the interventions and improvements as shown on the earth moving plans that we submitted in Exhibit 9?
Yeah, as noted with the goals of the project and the frontage improvements we saw photos of, a lot of the slopes occur along Mermaid Lane. There are walls up to 7 feet high in that road. There are 2 existing driveways that we're maintaining as part of this. And then there's the existing meeting house itself that sits in the middle of the site. We tried to maintain the existing driveways and are using those. We have to widen one of them slightly, but as you get to the rear of the property, we then have to redesign, regrade, and recirculate those private roadways through to get access to the site. So from the steep slope perspective, our goals were to maintain the frontage walls and the slopes and the trees along Mermaid Lane and then up into the entrance. But as we get into the site and regrade those driveways, we do have to regrade some of the retaining walls themselves and the slopes above and beyond. Some of the slopes are also in and around directly abutting the existing building, the institutional building that's being demolished. So obviously those slopes will be disturbed when we take down that building and then regrade the land to install the new roads and buildings.
Thank you. How will the steep slope condition compare to the existing conditions after completion of the restoration project?
Yeah, like we said, we're going to maintain a lot of the existing slopes and walls in the front, and then we will remove those features in the back. We will remove some of those steep slopes. Similarly to the existing site, some of the steep slopes on the existing site is natural man-made grading in between tiered parking lots. We're going to have similar issues here where in between units, there'll be individual grading in between, but it's traditional, site grading for a residential community such as this site.
And can you describe the protections that will be in place for the project for erosion control? And
yeah, I mean, obviously there is the subject regulations with PWD for stormwater. So there are drastic improvements to stormwater and drainage on this property. One of the biggest problems with this property historically has been there's very little on-site drainage infrastructure. So a lot of the water drains into the large parking lot and goes to a very small inlet in the lower corner. We are installing all new drainage systems, installing new connections out into Mermaid Lane, increasing pipe sizes, connecting all that through our stormwater practice, which has 7 basins, which we work through with PWD on our zoning approvals for PWD sign off. And then similarly during erosion control, we will have all necessary silt fence and diversion socks to control runoff and direct it to that, new storm drainage infrastructure.
thank you. The zoning code of Philadelphia requires that disturbance of steep slopes meet certain criteria listed in code section 14-3038I. Mr. Tweedy, is it correct that you submitted an affidavit concerning the steep slope disturbance and that's included in Exhibit 9?
Yes, I did, and yes, it is.
And is it correct that the proposed earth disturbance will meet the requirements for steep slope variances contained in section 14-3038I, including that the disturbance will not result in an increase in stormwater runoff?
Correct. As noted, there is a large reduction in impervious coverage as a result of this project, and it'll actually improve stormwater runoff from the property.
And is it correct that the proposed interventions will not result in the shifting of soil to adjacent buildings or property?
Yes, as we noted, one of the main goals was to maintain the slopes and the existing walls around the existing meeting house and limit the disturbance of the steep slopes behind that meeting house up further into the slope of the property.
And is it correct that the proposed project will not increase the likelihood of loss of property?
It will not.
Okay. In your professional opinion, will the grant of the requested variance in any way cause detrimental impact on the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood?
It will not.
And is it correct that the variance for steep slope disturbance, if authorized, will represent the minimum variance that will afford relief?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Tweedy. I would just like to move applicants exhibits 1 through 20 into evidence, and we are happy to answer any additional questions. I know I went very quickly, so.
Okay, nope. Did you show the configuration of the units? Are they all like 2 bedrooms, 1 bedroom?
We
Or they
did-
all they're a mixture?
We did not show
Okay.
the floor plans of the building. I'm happy to have our architect come back up
I'll
and
just, if
discuss
you
it.
have any questions, just in case the board has any questions. But you can bring your client on to adopt your testimony.
Mhm.
Hi, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Certainly. Kevin Trapper, Kevintrapper.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right, counsel?
Mr. Trapper, did you hear what I said today?
I did?
And was it true and accurate?
Yes,
And would you adopt it as your own testimony?
I would.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna ask for questions for the boards, but I have one question. The border of the whole project, when you showed the whole site plan, is it trees that are bordering or someone shaking their head in the audience? What's the border for the project all around? I see some trees, I see some stone walls. Is it a mixture of both?
Yes, a mixture of both.
All right.
And along the frontage of Mermaid Lane, as was mentioned, it's maintaining a lot of the existing large, existing trees and the stone wall that has been along there.
So the existing stone wall is actually along the western segment, the center segment, and then we will be adding a stone wall. There's currently a fence there, and we'll be adding a stone wall to mimic the existing stone walls that exist.
Okay.
To really kind of bring that frontage together and unify the site.
Thank you. All right, questions from the board?
What's the rectangular square boxes behind each one of the houses? What is that part of the stormwater management, or what are they?
They're patios for each of the individual houses.
Okay, so those are just patios, because the stormwater management are these sort of swales that are in between the groupings, right?
Those are in between the groupings.
Right. Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Okay. Questions from the audience? Come on up.
I do not see any hands in the virtual audience, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We have someone present here. Good evening. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Camille Peluso, Camille.
I'm sorry, this is the reporter. Could you please
Bring the
pull the mic?
microphone closer to you.
I can speak
Then,
louder.
all right, say it again. State your name and spell it for the record.
Camille, Camille, Peluso, Peluso.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and are you a near neighbor?
I am a near neighbor. I am an architect and I'm an author of the NCO that we wrote for this particular property.
Okay, all right. You want to, do you support or oppose the project?
I support the project and I just want to let everybody know that we work very closely with the Goldenberg Group and we approve everything we've done because we've worked closely together and I think it's a model of how we should work together to provide new housing. And the thing I like about the best of it is that it represents a lot of the architectural details that we have in Chestnut Hill and it is, I think, beautifully executed.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else from the audience here? All right, Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 3 residential single family. The proposed development is in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood. Moreover, the proposed density aligns with the required lot size for this zoning district and therefore is in spirit of the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board the board grant the requested variances for multifamily, multiple principal uses and buildings, earth moving porches, building height, and third story setback.
All right, thank you, Amy. MI 2026000442 102 East Mermaid Lane. My vote is yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for
Any
your
votes?
time.
Thank you. I believe we are scheduled for a break right now. So I know we've been going long. So for those of you, we are still on the 2 o'clock list. So we're just going to take a quick 5-minute rest. Okay. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Here, let me get my thing out. Number 12. This here. MI 2026-000-451-401 West Alany Avenue. Douglas Stern is the attorney. There's,
I'll be coming back in as a panelist, Mr. Chair.
thank you very much. I'm Mr. Stern.
Mr. Stern, if you're available, please unmute.
Sorry about that. I thought it was. Sorry.
Hi, Mr.
Okay,
Stern.
now
Could you-
ready.
Mr. Stern, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, good afternoon. Douglas Stern, Douglas Stern, Stern, attorney for applicant Twee or 2 Kean.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Mr. Stern, we have a letter from 42nd Ward RCO in unanimous support. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. I believe I am sharing it right now. So 401 West Alany Avenue is the northwest corner of 4th and Alany. My client purchased this property in 2000, and before she purchased it, the first floor was commercial use. It's been in commercial use, and I'll go over my exhibits, since 2009. So when she purchased it, she thought the first floor was zoned for some type of commercial use. She's been running a nail salon. That's her livelihood, Son's Hair Salon, since she bought it in 2000. The upstairs is just rented out as apartments. So going down, what happened was we started getting notices from L&I for various violations. She's resolved all the violations except for the one that has to deal with you needed to get zoning to operate a commercial business on the first floor. So we entered into an agreement with the city, and we have until August to straighten this situation out. And these were the violations. And we did every one except for the last one, which was obtain zoning permit. So that's what we did. And then the refusal is it's residential RSA3. And just go down it. So just the rest of the standard documents. We had the meeting.
We have all your documents, I think.
Okay, I was just going down if you
All
want
we
to.
need is if you show us your photos and maybe if there's some drawings of the property.
Yeah, so yeah, it's real simple. So here's pictures of the zoning posters that were
Yes.
put up. And then you can see the nail salon, that's the entrance.
That's notes to her.
There's another, there's the It's on the corner, so that's the other side that you see, and then the zoning poster. And then some views looking down the block, and you see, it's on the corner, it's been there, it's got the ramp. There it is at Fourth Street. You see on the other corner properties across the street, most of there are other commercial activities on the corner property, so it's not unusual in this neighborhood. There's another picture of the outside. Here's the inside. It's just a small hair salon. That's all they do is hair. Different views inside. These are some of the existing like floor plans showing its size and the shape, just the first floor, and you basically saw all the pictures. Just showing that she purchased it in September. That's the deed from Antoine, and that name you'll see in some of the zoning documents from before. And so since 2009, this is what happened when Antoine Pierre had it. He got a zoning variance to operate a commercial thing. It looks like a multi-service business, so everything's pretty much the same. There's some old pictures of what it looked like since 2009. See Antoine's multi-service, so it's always been commercial. And you see that the commercial properties across the street have changed, but sort of always been around there. And just these are old pictures back from 2000. That's basically everything. And we went to the community, and they're in agreement with it. And my client be a great hardship because she purchased the property under the impression it was zoned for commercial, and that she's done everything to comply. The community's happy with her. The business hasn't created any hardships around the community, and we just want to keep the status quo. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Counsel, do you have your tax compliance?
I was having an issue getting that submitted. Every time I go on it, I either got her name not proper or the OPA. I was going to go to tax clearance tomorrow morning to get that. I know all the taxes have been paid. I did check the record. But every time I go on and put the name in, it says, gotta try back in 10 minutes. I don't know if her name's
So
backwards.
we believe you're compliant.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't you do this? Why don't you bring your client on and have your testimony adopted,
Yes.
okay?
Okay. Two, if you're there, raise your hand on that button.
Nobody's there. They're all one home.
Let me just text her. Wait, let me just text her. Can you hit the button to raise your hand so they can let you into the meeting?
Mr. Stern.
Yeah, I know. I'm texting my client. I thought because she
Okay,
was such a
okay.
long thing. She went back to the Olney Street address and she's on her cell phone. I told her.
All right, so.
I hope she
Mr.
knows how
Stern,
to.
you're an
Yeah,
officer of the court. We
Yes.
will accept your testimony. Okay?
Thank you. 'Cause
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
There are no hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the current RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The property has a documented history of commercial use since at least 2007. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for personal services.
2026-000-451-401 West Olney Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes.
Council, you have your vote.
Thank you. May
Thank
we
you.
be
Thank you
excused?
thank you for hanging around so long. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. All right, bye.
MI 2026-000-454-4001 Ridge Avenue. Richard DeMarco is the attorney.
That we were joining as a panelist, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good name. Hi, Mr. DeMarco. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, Richard DeMarco, last name DeMarco.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, yes.
Mr. DeMarco, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, the client's called Pave Rocks Development LLC. Patrick Gibbons is a managing member that's here tonight.
Okay. Our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Sure.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And, okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thanks, everybody. All right, let me even get this up on the
Sorry,
screen.
we're so late, by the way.
No, I don't, no worries. You guys gave me an email that gave me the heads up. I appreciate that. So does the client.
Ian Haggerty,
I'm
it's
not
in his
billing.
system now.
So I'm not billing for 3 hours. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, we're here for it's a use variance, but that's not the full story. I'm putting the refusal up on the screen. This is an existing structure that was constructed about 10 years ago with variances granted by this board. It's a mixed use, commercial first floor use, and then units above. You see it right here in the note to the ZBA. So this is an existing commercial space. I'll show you in a minute that the commercial spaces have kind of shifted, but they have been unable to get a viable tenant for quite a while. So there's that we believe there's a clear hardship. As you'll hear from Patrick Gibbons, they have rejected multiple uses out of worry that they were too intense for the neighborhood. So they have found an office use that will be very low impact. It's a State Farm office, and what you'll hear from, actually what Mr. Gibbons will confirm is that a lot of it's online anyway these days. They're using apps like crazy, but there will be some desks and some offices, some office use, but it with a very low impact. And because there is some parking issues in the neighborhood. We did attend a RCO meeting on Saturday, and the vote was in our favor. It was a close vote. I think there was actually a little bit better vote for us. I saw some more hands than Rose Cooper counted, but either way, we do have support. So let me show you some photos, and then I can very quickly move to Mr. Gibbons. Let me get to the good stuff here. Give me a use this here. Again, State Farm office, low impact use, hours of operation 9 to 5. So the parking will not overlap with residents coming to and fro. Here's a good front view. Let me rotate this for you. So just to clarify for the record why so basically I put the original floor plans in the exhibits, but it used to be that the lobby would be here. They moved the lobby to here, as I'm indicating, to the very right side. So the commercial spaces are now together along this frontage here. This where you see the paper, that's the new State Farm office. And this was a little while ago, so I've updated photos. Let me show you that so you can see. So here's how it will look on the inside. And again, Mr. Chairman, they have turned down other intense uses such as sandwich shops and restaurants. They were not going to move forward with that with the neighbors because they work closely with this particular neighborhood group, and they promised that they would not use an intense use like that. So it's basically a State Farm office. So let me go ahead and ask Patrick Gibbons to raise his hand, and he can accept my testimony.
All right, sure. Mr. Gibbons?
And while he's doing that, I'll just put up on the, so you can see the original site plan while he's coming on board. There you go. So while he's doing that, Mr. Chairman, the commercial spaces have been put together, and then the lobby moved to the right. So you with us, Mr. Gibbons?
Yes, yes.
Hi, Mr. Gibbons. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Patrick Gibbons, Patrick Gibbons.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Gibbons, did you hear my initial presentation, and can you adopt it? Is it true and accurate?
I heard it, and yes, it's true and accurate.
Okay, and can you adopt it as your formal testimony in this matter?
I do.
And can you confirm that you have actually been attempting to rent this property for almost 10 years and that you've turned down some of the more intense uses in order to get a less intense use like the one we're proposing tonight?
So it's been about 5 or 6 years. We started building in late 16, early 17, in and around that time. But the renters came in around the end of 2020 and 2021. But prior to renting anything out, there was interest, retail interest from the business community, mostly along the lines of cheesesteak shops, delis. There were even some what they call dark kitchens, which is they really supply food to the Uber Eats and DoorDash, and that would be constant movement of cars in and out of the neighborhood, picking up orders for people that are ordering them off of those food apps. So we didn't want to get involved in any of that. So we felt we didn't find the right renter that helped us with revenue, but also considered the unique needs of the neighborhood.
Right, and you've been working closely, and you were with Rose Cooper, and you were with me at the meeting on Saturday, right?
Yes, I
And
was in
you-
attendance.
Right, and then there were some parking concerns, but we discussed how the traffic would be kind of timed with when the people were coming back from work, the office would be closed, right?
Yeah, it's a 5 day a week, 9 to 5. So we really the lowest possible impact you could have while still renting it out to a going business concern.
And commercial trash pickup and basically office trash, and you have a dumpster and you have commercial trash pickup, right?
That's correct.
And it's stored on site, correct?
It is stored on site.
Mr. Chairman, that's it, and if you have any
Okay.
questions, then we're happy to,
Before we start, council, is this last comment Hillary has on the bottom, is that okay? Yeah, okay, all right, good. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Is this commercial space, is it all of this commercial space on that, or it's just,
No.
is there a unit number or something?
So it's under commercial space 1 is what we call it. And the second commercial space, we have no intention to use it as commercial. It's really a lounge for the residents.
Yeah, Mr. Johns,
Okay.
basically the lobby flipped closer to the elevator and the commercial
Mhm.
space moved to the left, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right,
Question-
thank you.
Other
Thank you.
questions? Additional questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
All hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family to CMX commercial mixed use. The proposed use would be allowed under the recommended zoning. Further, the proposed use is in harmony with the 2018 variance for a vacant commercial space at this location. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for business and professional office.
MI 2026-000-454, 4001 Ridge Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Unit number 1 only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good evening.
Number 14. We have a few people that are recusing themselves.
Yep,
because
I will be
of your vote.
recusing the chair.
And
I'll be
Not really.
recusing also. I'll be recusing also.
MI 2026 000479, 1749 North 31st Street. Alan Knockhamson is the attorney. Mr. Knockhamson, could you please state your name?
Alan Knockhamson, ALAN, last name Knockhamson, NOCHUMSON.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Joe Quinones. He's under agreement with PHDC to purchase these properties, and I believe he'll probably be coming in to my left.
He's coming through the door now.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect timing.
And Our board secretary has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Good
Council.
evening.
Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal?
I do. I will say that the first refusal is kind of confusing, but I do waive it.
Okay, and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, then you can share your screen and begin your
All
presentation.
right, let me just make sure I have the right screen up. I do. Oh, I need to be promoted. Oh, there I am.
Because mine isn't either, so funky with the internet, I think.
Ooh, that may be right. Okay. Hi, doing 1748-56 North 31st Street. This property is in the Strawberry Mansion section of Philadelphia. We are taking 2 lots, consolidating them or merging them together to create 5 single-family dwellings here. Previously, these were 5 lots, so we're just recreating history here. We have 13 exhibits, and we'll go straight through them. At the conclusion of my presentation, Mr. Quinones will be asked to be sworn in, and then I'll have a few questions for him. So the refusal is this. Again, we're taking 2 lots, merging them into together, then subdividing them into 5 single-family lots. We have 2 refusals. The first is the lot size does not conform with the Philadelphia zoning code. That's the first refusal. The reason for the refusal is kind of confusing, but let's just keep it simple. I'll show you a drawing which shows that this was 5 lots at one time. The size of the lots are not out of character from the neighborhood. We'll show you some screenshots of Atlas nearby properties. Second refusal has to do with our side yard. 2 reasons why we have this refusal. The other lots are a little bit more narrow in width. This is a turnkey project. We're creating the same floor plan over and over and over again. So it just makes it easier to have the same architectural plans and drawings from a construction standpoint. Also, there is an infringement on our lot to the 1 building structure that is on that side of that block. So we couldn't do anything anyway. You'll see why we had to, create that side yard. It is a hardship. We got a letter from the Strawberry Mansion CDC, unanimous support. Again, a turnkey project. As we've presented before here, Strawberry Mansion wants home ownership, and this program, Turn the Key, will provide affordable home ownership to nearby residents, as well as city employees, because city employees are also eligible for Turn the Key. A petition, circulated petition of people in support. Property history. So again, just to show you again, there were 5 lots here at one point. We're recreating those lot lines. And then, are there nearby comparable properties? Yes, there are of lot size. And we just wanted to show the board that as well, of nearby parcels. And then aerial views. Again, this is the only parcel that has a building structure on our side of the block on North 31st Street, where are these others, again, not out of character to have single family with lot size of this size. And then these are RSA 5 properties. We're keeping conformity, having single family parcels here. Photographs of the property, the front on North 31st Street. Since 2009, these have been vacant lots as far as back as we can go in Google Street View. This is the side of the property from the secondary street. Proof of posting. This is North 31st Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property. Secondary street to the right of the property and to the left of the property. Our plans and drawings, and again, we have Jesse Smith of JLS Architects who can answer any technical questions here. These are all properties built on slab. There's no basements. These are 2-story structures. And, just to kind of highlight what I'm talking about, this infringement on our property, this parcel, which is not included, 1758 North 31st Street, was built onto our property and irregularly shaped as well. We wanted to give some setback to, so we didn't connect on this irregularly shaped building. Also, again, The other lots you can see are a little over 16 feet wide. Ours is 19 feet, 0.25, those other parcels. So that's where we gain that 2 feet, 10-inch setback, side yard setback. And these are just pretty basic two-story structures. We are height-wise 22 feet high. The occupied area is well within conformance with the Philadelphia zoning code as well. Let me just go to the floor plans. Here are the floor plans. Pretty basic floor plans here. You walk in, you have a kitchen, living room, dining room, living room. You go up a flight of steps. You have 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. We met with the community on April 23rd at 6 p.m. We emailed the notice that we mailed out to the community a few weeks beforehand to show proof of mailing to 124 addresses. These are the addresses we mailed it to, proof of mailing to those addresses, our application for zoning variance, our notice of refusal and project information form. We also have we've shared all this information with Ms. Emerson just to make sure from a standing perspective, we have an agreement of sale with the Philadelphia Housing Development Corporation. I think it's a long agreement, and eventually you will see a tax clearance certificate for these parcels. While I'm going through this, I know the board's running late today, so I would just ask that while I'm showing the rest of my documents, I would ask that Mr. Quinones be sworn in as a witness.
Mr. Quinones, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Joseph Quinones, last name is spelled Quinones.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Counsel?
Oh, sorry, yeah, you have to press that, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I think they heard you. So, Joe, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes,
Is it true and correct?
yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
absolutely.
Specifically, this project is for turnkey, correct?
It is.
And this is providing 5 affordable single-family units to the Strawberry Mansion section of Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
And you understand that you're required to sell those units up to a certain price point
That's exactly right.
to people within a certain income stratosphere.
That's exactly right.
All right, thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the current RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The proposals for certified affordable housing. The citywide vision recommendation 1.2.3 is to promote new affordable housing units, prioritizing infill of vacancies. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for side yard and lot size.
MI 2026-000-479-1749 North 31st Street. I vote yes with proviso. Per refusal dated May 20th, 2026.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Maya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let me get our.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Jeez. That's not good. Hey, that's gonna be a wet, way in the back, way back. No umbrella.
MI 2026-000-482-2124 East Lehigh Avenue. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. Mr. Nachumson, you've already been sworn. Could you just state your name for the record?
Alan Nachumson.
Right. And Mr. Nachumson, could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, Central Capital Group, the owner of the property, and in the virtual audience is F.A. Sirkowski. Okay.
Here you go.
Is,
And we have, go ahead, you want to finish?
Who's one of its representatives.
Okay, and we have a recommendation of support from East Kensington Neighbors Association, a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Squilla. Our Vice Chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen to proceed with the case.
I lost my panelist. I need to be promoted as a panelist again.
We'll take care of that for you.
Oh, wait, no, I am. I'm sorry. I
There you
am.
go,
I'm sorry.
There you go.
All right. All right. Well, we're in the middle of the presentation, so let's get on. Let me just get to page 1. Okay, let's try that one more time. All right. All right, so we're here to present 2124 East Lehigh Avenue. You'll see that this is a dilapidated building that my client purchased. Not out of character to have multifamily nearby. We're on Lehigh Avenue. If anyone knows this part of town, having single family would be completely out of character. Especially since we're located next door to, I guess was last a salsa dancing venue. Bar, venue. I'm going to say venue, but bar. But, you know, so it would be completely out of character to have single family there. So we have 12 exhibits, and then at the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Effie be sworn in, and I'll have a few questions for her. RSA 5 property, but it's a rather large lot of 1,257 square feet. We're asking for 3-family dwelling here. As the board knows, from a building code perspective, by having 3-family dwelling, we'll be required to sprinkler the building, which will make it even more safe. Unanimous support. We present a lot in front of ECNA. There's an older gentleman named Bernie who we present in front of a lot, and he's all about the undue hardship standard. This is the first time he's actually voted in support of one of our projects. So Bernie's pretty tough. And so I was actually surprised, and Alex even said, Bernie voted for this one. And he thought there was undue, because he will say, what's the standard? Undue hardship. And he, this time, found in our favor. So I'll use Bernie as an example of, you know, what he thought of us meeting our legal burden. And then Councilmember Squilla also sent a letter of non-opposition. This is our petition. Again, this is the dilapidated property. The next door neighbor to the right also wants this developed. And, you know, again, we're across the street from ICMX. There's some CMX too. Again, really out of character to have single family right here. And the photographs of the property, very pretty 3-story structure, but you'll see the back end, there is no structure essentially. This is zoning hearing notice poster, East Lehigh Avenue to the right of the property, to the left of the property. This, as you can see, really wide street. This would not be appropriate for single family use. Existing conditions, that's the rear of our property. So, and you know, we spoke to Ms. Emerson, just making sure, because this is only a use application, but all we're doing is building the wall back up. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be here a second time, because, you know, this is solely a use application. She indicated if we're just building straight back up, we shouldn't have an issue in terms of that.
Hillary says it,
Then exactly.
Say it's gospel.
There you go. So you can see the existing conditions. It is really in need of some TLC, to say the least. And it's good because Effie is like good about taking care of or renovating some dilapidated properties. And there are some just examples, one on Tasker Street and then another one on Granite Court as examples. That one was not as bad. And then Delancey Residence as well. And Bainbury Place as well. And, you know, so on and so on. Straightforward. We come up a common entryway. We can make a right. We have unit number 1, which is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath bi-level here. We have the unit number 1 has a trash area in the back. there's a washer and dryer in the lower level. Instead of unit number 1, you go up to unit number 2, which is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and we have the washer and dryer back here. We also have a ventilated trash area here. And then the third unit is on the 3rd floor, and it has the same floor plan. Ventilated trash area, washer and dryer are right here. We met with the community on May
No,
3rd.
not- What else is in the basement?
Oh, there's a washer and dryer. It's
That's
just an open floor
Okay.
plan. Yeah, it's just an open floor plan. We would like to use that as a secondary office area, storage, things like that. But the only thing down there is the washer and dryer.
Okay.
We met on May 13th with the community. We emailed that notice a few weeks beforehand to the community leaders, showing that we mailed that to 135 addresses, that community notice, list of the addresses, proof of mailing to those addresses, our application for zoning variance, project information form, notice of refusal, deed to property showing Central Capital Group LLC is the owner of the property, and then the certificate of tax clearance. We pay too much in taxes. I would ask that Effie be sworn in.
Hi, Effie, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
It's
What-
Effie.
Get real close if you can.
It's Effie Trukowski. It's EFE-CIER-KOWSKI.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Effie, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, those pictures that I showed of the back of the property, those are current photographs.
Yes, they are.
And in order to do the work that you need to renovate that property, the minimum amount of units that you would really require are 3.
Yes, correct.
And you also heard my testimony about what's next door regarding the previous use as a bar.
Yes.
And also testimony regarding just Lehigh Avenue in general, that it's not really a residential block.
Yes,
Thank
correct.
you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, and I meant, by the way, residential block, I meant single-family block. Yeah.
Can I just see the floor plans?
Sure.
Again, please?
Can you see them? Do you want me to expand somewhere? Where would you like me to expand? Just like here? Here we go. Oops, too much now. I can't see them. Is that good? Or maybe I can. Okay. Do you want me to go slower through the floor plans? Okay, so you go through the front door, right? You make a right? You get in the common vestibule area, you make a right. And then you come down a long hallway and you have a living room and a kitchen area. We just passed the bathroom right here. As you can see, the bathroom is equidistant on the first floor between, because I know your question, right? So
What question is that? We don't know that. What question?
we all have to go to the bathroom at night, and I get it. And we're right next to the bedroom. And if you fall asleep on the couch, you're right next to. And I'll say that here too, the bathroom's right in the middle, basically. You have the 2 bedrooms hugging the front of the property, and then you're right near the living room, and the bathroom's right here. And then it's the same floor plan right here.
Go ahead.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't have
Could-
on there. I'm sorry.
Oh.
So the basement and this first floor is a bi-level?
It is a bi-level. The only thing down there, like, is the washer and dryer. We would like to use it for both storage and, maybe a secondary office area.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for a three-family dwelling.
Quickly, I did ask the witness about showing the condition of the property and how it would not be feasible to have a single family, that the minimum amount of units would be 3 units, and that if you look at the pictures of the nearby properties, it would be out of character given where we are on Lehigh Avenue to have single family use.
MI 2026-000-482, 2124 East Lehigh Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my
Thank you.
vote is yes.
And Alan, thanks for hanging around. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
All right, thank you.
We know you're not here usually this late at night.
That's fine. Thank you. Have a great.
All right, sure. Is there anyone in the audience who's, that their 2 PM case has not been called?
Do not see any hands raised, sir.
So we're going to head right into our 3:30 list, and it's only 6:15, so that's not bad. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our attorney. Hold on, I got, always. Lynn, let me get it. Reuter Huber. Is it good? Or, and our ZBA Director, Ian Haggerty. Hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities, whether in person or on Zoom. If you are called to speak, please state your name, spell it, and then wait to be sworn in. After you've been sworn in, you should identify yourself each time before testifying. To enter an appearance, right, indicate the property address on your Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office by the end of business tomorrow, 215-686-2429, and provide your name, email, and the address of the property in question. Remote capabilities. Raise your virtual hand when directed so that we can call on you. When we call on you, make sure that you click on the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A for procedural issues only and not cases. And if you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. So let's look at our schedule. Number 1, MI 2025-005-975, 2253 North 33rd Street. That case is continued until 8/19/2026 at 3:30. Number 2, MI 2025-005-980, 3400 Goodman Street. That case is continued until 8/19/2026 at 3:30.
Chairman?
Sorry.
He did, that's the date he gave me, I think. He just gave me a date.
Oh, he gave you different dates?
Is that right?
I had June.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. This is Ian Hegarty, Executive Director. The continuance date for 3409 Goodman Street will be 8/19/2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I gave it.
Hillary had
Oh,
something.
9, I'm sorry, 9:30. You're right, right. We moved it to 9:30. So it's 8/19/2026, 9:30 a.m. You're right. Thank you. Number 3, MI 2025-007-385, 1304 West Huntington Park. That's the first listing. We have no exhibits. Marion Tobias is the listed owner, and Marion Ambelo is the listed applicant. Any hands?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. I do not see any hands raised, and I do not see the individuals in the virtual audience.
MI 2025-007-385, 1304 West Hunting Park Avenue. That case is continued until 8/19/2026 at 3:30, and Mark must be heard. Number 4, MI 2025-007-394, 6417 Dorset Street. Owner is Rose Jute Bernard is the listed owner, pro se, no exhibits, first listing.
Once again, Mr. Chair, I do not see that a person
So
in the virtual
MI
audience.
2025-007-394, 6417 Dorcon Street. That case is continued to 8/19/2026 at 3:30, and Mark must be heard. Case number 5, MI 2026-000-574, 5112 Willows Avenue. Joseph Consul is the attorney, and I believe there's another attorney who should be putting his hand up.
Eric Rosenfeld has their hand raised. They have been promoted to panelists, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Consul, what's the other lawyer's name?
Eric Rosenfeld, I see him.
Oh, sure.
Yes, I think I just checked
Mr.
in as
Consul, could
panelists.
you first state your name and spell it for a stenographer?
Eric Rosenfeld, ERIC-ROSENFELD.
Great. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
It's Michelle Payne, who is a neighbor and homeowner and objector.
Okay. Mr. Consul, could you please state your name and spell it?
It's Joseph Consul, Joseph, last name Consul, CONSOLE.
You were sworn sometime way earlier this morning.
Yep.
So
Here I am.
This is a resumptive hearing.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, well, Eric, you want to make a comment to start this with?
I do, thank you. And I appreciate the time here to speak. I would ask for a brief continuance on my client. Oh,
pardon me, reconsideration.
Okay,
Mr.
I'm
Consul,
sorry.
go ahead.
I believe Eric's posing a continuance
Consul's
request.
requested a continuance. Just
No, Consul's not. Consul's ready to go.
right here. No, I know that. Eric,
Right.
if you want a continuance, please state that.
Sure, yes. We are seeking a continuance. I was retained, I guess, late this afternoon or mid-afternoon, in part because Michelle Payne has been sick throughout the day progressively. I've been tracking, and she was at the doctor. I have not been able to confirm when she will be available. I don't know if she's still at the doctor's, but I have not had meaningful opportunity to review given the change in development and retention. And I believe a short continuance would be a reasonable request, and be happy to respond to any other concerns, but that would be my request today.
And Mr. Consul, your response.
We object to that. Ms. Payne put her objection on the record for a more onerous variance. We have lessened our request and we're granted the reconsideration. And we don't see why hiring an attorney at the 11th hour should delay further. This person has been, I'll just say, bothering my clients in a way that we feel is inappropriate, and we believe that this is an attempt to just delay things further, and I'll leave it at that.
So we're going to go on with this tonight. Mr. Consul, we'll start with you.
Is it my turn already?
Chairman, Hillary has a preamble. You should probably read.
You want me to read the preamble before?
Yeah, sure.
The evidence and testimony presented at the November 5th, 2025 hearing in this matter are included into the record for the hearing on reconsideration. The scope of this hearing is limited to the the presentation of supplemental evidence and testimony only. Okay? Joe?
Thank you. So I'm going to share my supplemental evidence and then describe it real quick. So we were in front of the board for 5112 Willows Avenue, my client Mark Pagano and myself, in November of last year. To refresh everyone's memory, this is a 20-foot wide RSA3 lot. RSA3 lots are 25-foot minimum by zoning code, so this is 5 feet smaller than that. My client was attempting to build on this 20-foot lot without any sort of side yard. RSA3 requires an 8-foot side yard. We were trying to build building to building, touching each of the two properties on the side. The RCO was in support, and emboldened by that, we brought that in front of the board. The board rejected that. My client went back to the drawing board and added a 4-foot side yard to that project. So now it's a 4-foot side yard and a 20-foot or 16-foot wide building, which, given the fact that this is not a full 25-foot wide RSA3 lot, we believe coming down to 16 feet is a completely reasonable compromise in order for my client to be able to build and use this property as a single-family home. So the variance before was no side yard versus a required 8 feet. Now we're seeking 4 feet. To go 4 further feet would require him to build a 12-foot wide property on an RSA3 lot, and that's not tenable. We believe that 4-foot wide yard is appropriate here, and it'll be a semi-detached property, which is appropriate under the code. And my client, Mark Pagano, and the plans up, he can describe anything that you all are looking
You
for.
want to bring Mr. Pagano on?
Yes.
All right, please.
Mark, you available?
Yep, they'll be coming back in shortly.
Hey, I'm here.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Mark Pagano, MarkPagano.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mark, did you hear my testimony just now regarding your revised plans for this property?
Yes.
Could you describe the changes that were made and talk about how this would be the minimum size lot or the minimum size property that would make sense practically on a 20-foot wide lot?
Yes. So originally we were trying to build this 20 feet because the neighboring properties both had existing side yards. So we thought that maybe this could be built to full length because the neighbors already had existing side yards. The RCO was okay with that. We made a few changes. We were denied, which is fine. We came back to the drawing board to make this match the neighborhood a lot more. Every house on that side of the block, I think, has a 3.6-foot side yard. Our side yard is going to be 4 feet, a little bit bigger with a 16-foot house. We think this is would be very nice addition to the neighborhood. We think it matches the twins and the semi-detached on the block. And that's kind of where we are right now.
Nothing further from Art.
Eric, do you have any questions?
If I may briefly respond, first I just wanted to acknowledge, council's statement about my client. I think the word, bothering. There was an earlier email about harassing. I don't think these are appropriate to have into a hearing, but since he did introduce it, I just want to say, that I object, and I think this is
Okay, thank you.
inappropriate. And I think also then, with regard to the structure itself, I recognize that there are some revisions. I would still note that I don't believe this retains the character of the other properties in the neighborhood, particular with regard to the proposed height. And I still think that that further changes would be required to have it conform to necessary and reasonable expectations of any development that would be allowed to go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Questions from the board?
Now, the roof deck, was that part of what was on the plan before? I kind of don't remember a roof deck before.
Yes, Mike, it was.
And that was something that the community was okay with? Because I don't see any roof decks anyplace else near here.
Yeah,
Well,
so
not-
the community,
definitely not on that point.
yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
initially the original plan didn't have the setback. So Kathy and Sean from Cedar Park asked me if we would be willing to do the 8-foot setback. So we changed that and they were okay with that. It always had a roof deck. It just had it always had the pilot house and the roof deck on the original plans. We just set it back 8 feet because initially it went straight up.
Okay, because
Did the
I see
RC
the building. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, finish, Mike, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying because the building on the other new building, I guess, building that has addition, third floor addition is set back on the third floor. It doesn't have a roof deck, and that's the only other residential that looks like has a 3-story. Next question: is the porch the same depth as the porch that's adjacent to it? That's going to be attached to.
Yes,
In
that was
other
another
words, will it look okay. So
Yeah, I'm
it'll
sorry,
look
Mike.
like a twin. It'll look at
Yeah, so that
it'll
was-
look almost like a twin.
Yeah, that was the other recommendation. The Neighbors Association asked if we could line it up with the house to make it all the same level. So we did make them changes as well to make it the roof lines match, and you can see it on right there on that first thing there. We made it match to the 5114 or 10, whatever that side one is there.
Okay.
Just wanted to confirm that the RCO saw the new plans and were continued to be in support of. or-
Yep. Yeah, they were not. Yep. They said that they didn't have to change the letter. They didn't have time to give me another meeting when I reached out to them 2 months ago. But they were in support of either the 20-foot with the setback or the side yard. They had no opposition on either on the original letter.
I confirm that.
We don't go to the public for this, do we?
We would go to the public only on the new information, if there is anything.
Right. So on the new information we just received, right?
Correct.
Is there anyone in the the audience?
I have a hand up from Velvet Howell. I will promote them.
Again, it's limited to what was.
Just on what we've heard. What was her first name?
Velvet Howell.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My first name is Velvet, V as in Victor, E-L-V-E-T, Howell, H-O-W-E-L-L.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am the owner of the adjacent property that's the
Okay,
new
hold
construction.
on 1 minute. So what we want is the testimony that you just heard. We want your response to what you've heard just now.
I object.
Pardon me?
Or I resist, reject. I'm not sure
Okay.
the proper term.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to call in. We know it's kind of late. Is there anyone else in the audience?
No further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission, want to change?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. We have no further comments other than what was said in the original hearing.
All right, so, is council still on? The other council?
May I, yes, this is Eric Rosenfeld.
Okay, so let me tell you where we are.
Mhm.
We're gonna hold this and we're gonna leave it open. And then we'll vote on it in 2 weeks, but both of you will have an opportunity to send in, comments on a memo, okay?
Okay, super.
So-
Thank
So
you.
where Hillary told me, Eric, that you can, make sure you copy Joe and Joe will copy you, but
Right.
send us in as soon as you can, your comments and where you stand, and then we'll make a decision on the Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays from now. That's right.
Okay.
Right? And
Super.
you know what?
Thank you.
We'll do it at 2 PM.
Thank you very much.
Okay? And thank both of you.
Thank you, board. Good night.
All right.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Ian Hegarty, Executive Director. Just to clarify, the record is closed
No,
to.
no, the record's open. Hillary wants it open.
No, she.
No, understood. I understood. It's open, but only for additional
Yeah.
written testimony from
Yeah.
both councils
Yeah,
who
but
are
I mean,
currently
I think she
present,
said
not from.
it was open
the
because
public.
Eric could respond.
I appreciate it. And may I just confirm that is June 3rd, I believe? You said 2 Wednesdays from today?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, right.
Thank
All
you.
right?
Okay.
Thanks,
Thanks.
everybody. And Joe, we started the day with you and we end with you, so we just.
What could be better? What could be better? I'm not in a suit anymore, but
Is there anyone in the audience whose 3:30 case has not been called?
Do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, everybody. For the staff, I want to tell you, I'm sorry that we kept you a little bit later tonight. We appreciate your work, planning as usual. Thank you. We're glad you're back. And we'll see everybody in 2 weeks.